Should be good, Oh, the factory is growing there, I see, The AFK farming. See, Tuesday gonna be another thing. It's like Corpus RX is super good, but Tuesday, you're also gonna hope on this one. And this will be at least, you know, visually very dank. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna be dank in other aspects too. So maybe I'll do a bit more of this one too. Could be, could be. Gotta be binging some way to doing gaming, dude. Kinda got on the train of such games, man. Like the super mega indie stuff. And it feels good, Actually, where you can find some quality gaming, man. Artistically, mechanically. That's the future. Right, Janelo? And the present is already suffering in AAA. What did I say, huh? But yeah, this is gonna be quite something. Yeah, this one out 16th, but well, that's gonna be tomorrow, and tomorrow is full out London time. And it's gonna be out probably in the evening, so yeah, Tuesday, probably after a little bit of Corpus RX, so the Tuesday will be Ding Day, basically. Right before all the IRLing hits, we're gonna do a bunch of this. If I wanted it though. So yeah, we're gonna be checking it on Tuesday, second half of the day. Next gen, well, I mean it is, it's the full stop motion. Everything handmade, Everything handmade, So yeah. Gonna be nice, gonna be nice. Gonna be interesting. Let's see how this one is. This one is full stop motion. From what I gathered, at least, like there are some games that kind of do a little bit of like digitalized, I guess, stop motion, when it actually kind of like, you know, you just like get some parts and then you sort of like I guess kind of extrapolate, multiplicate, you know, kind of just make it part digital. This one, I think everything is basically fully a manual. Basically fully manual, so yeah. Bonkers, Steve, bonkers. Around 60 FPS, yeah, not sure. She's pleasant to look at. This is kind of like, you know, like for some people that might be actually a bit scary even. A little unsettling maybe, the stop motion. But I don't know, I like the style and stuff, so we'll do it on Tuesday. If it's good, I'll continue. I want to continue with Corpus ZX. That is nice. That is nice so far. I did really like it, so we gonna play some more of that probably on Tuesday too. Alright, let's see. The Pipiglin 1.0. Again. It's the 27th of August it was already out and it was on sale already. Another one. They farming. That's kind of too fast. Missing the same sale going. Been already half the month though, since then. Not sure. There's a cooldown, I think, on sales. Can't really run them like too often. But maybe there's some sort of like festival or something going. Yeah, Nightingale got their patch with more like handcrafted content. Yeah, mostly positive now, the recent ones at least. So they finally admitted and realized what, you know, Toad is still refusing to admit and realize. And that all your procedurally generated thousands of shits are not making them less shits, you know, so... These guys actually admit it and went with some handcrafted worlds and stuff to make it more interesting. Oh, that's good, eh? They're still selling the crew 2 for €1. I think they got some sort of, like, I have an article about that stuff. Basically, we'll get to it. But yeah, I think for the next ones, they got some solution or something, I think, to, for it not to die. For it not to die. Oh, they just need to release it new buy it, I see. Actually will. Damn, the Frostpunk franchise sale, yeah, that's the one. So what is there in franchise, actually? Original Frostpunk. Base game with all DLCs, Season Pass and DLCs. Then Frostpunk 2, damn. The whole franchise, alright, I see. Yeah, the next crew games will actually be, I think, saved from that. Well, at least the currently available ones. Horizon on sale, still too much, man. Make it also like $5. I could replay it with DLCs. I still haven't played the DLC, actually. Oh, actually, wait a second. That's the new one already, right? Ah. Yeah, it's Forbidden West already. Ah, this one already kind of getting there slowly. $10 already. Maybe soon. Maybe soon. The problem is, like, there is so much shit to play that it's hard to find time nowadays. Like, oh, I wanted to play that. Yeah, when will I do that? Oh, you can get Days Gone for that amount of money too. Well, my choice is obvious, though. Days Gone we also have in the news. Sadly, Days Gone only appears in the news, like, when... In one case, and this is again the same case. Nothing new with those news, Pyrene. That one we saw, I think, before. I think in September. I guess it was an upcoming. I guess. The card one. Alright, this way though. This, I don't know, like, the cards, they kind of, like, cutting it less for me, I feel. I don't know why. Like, when it's, like, you know, like, actual sort of enemies and everything, that kind of, like, works better for me. But just, like, the pure cards all over the place, I don't know. You need to hit it, you know, like Velatro or something, I guess. Like the board game, yeah. They're cool quite often too. You just can like play them and like and enjoy them and stuff. But yeah, I don't know, like something a bit off usually. It does work good with stack lands, for example, though. I guess just because you kind of like, you know, like can throw things around all you want and everything. And since here you have this like some sort of like board deck and stuff, that just kind of like works way worse. Same with competitive ones, for example. Or like some like even Hearthstone, for example, and stuff like this. Those are kind of fine by me. And when you go like some full card mode, like the Warhammer, for example, CCG, that one is just like not really cutting it for me. I mean, the Warhammer kind of does try, but still not exactly. The Edge of Sanity. Cthulhu inspired 2D survival horror, Damn son, somewhere in Alaska. When's game, Ulton? Bring game. Need play. Disturbing story, all madness closed in your mind. Cancelled. Damn, how dare you? How dare you? I'll cancel for you for cancelling it. I've invested. My hard drive is invested. I still have the demo installed. I'm waiting for it. Projected sales 1 billion, expected sales 5. Could be, I guess. The bread though looks surprisingly good. Nice, nice. Feels good. Crunching on how to sell it, I see. You can do it. You can do it. This looks pretty dink, man. The Daedalic publisher, actually, huh? A very nice reviews, too. Steam Deck verified, eh? Yeah, did you message Rock Paper Shotgun and everything? Come on. We're kind of full release from 2 weeks ago. Oh wait. Was there early access release or something? I know there was a release recently, yeah. Saw that one. 100k in a trailer, invite journalists to a yacht, and then still sell 5 copies, dude. And nah, that ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. Got something to think about it. That's the selling point. It's something new. I see, yeah. Looking even at the Corpus Edix, for example, like, it's like very janky, yeah? Quite scuffed, you could say. But that one actually did pretty good, eh? Just need to do something dink with the game, and there you go. The cat god range. You know, you can on cats and stuff. That also works. That also works. The various animal combinations waiting for you to explore. Damn, son. Then what is this exactly, even? Demo is live, huh? It's already not just the demo. It's already released now. Cute, fun, and highly addictive, I see, huh? Ah, alright, so it is kinda like some dink puzzly stuff there. Kinda cards in a way, but I guess you could say. Make one animal around plus 2 something. I see, alright. A Balotra but farm. Cards mentioned. It's edibles, not cards actually. But kinda. Hello buddy, how was that one? So I was playing that one. I think chat wasn't really like having fun when I joined at least, but yeah, when's chat having fun nowadays, huh? 93% positive, huh? Fun game with a shitty map, I see, a real shitty map, alright. Similar to Vigor, yeah. True. Chat just beamed the British to that, I see. Kind of like interesting, like they always like try to go for like, you know, like the mega British voice actors. I don't know, maybe I guess they have like a good scene for voice acting or something compared to other countries. And like, why not, you know, get the wide variety of different accents? Why not? As long as it's understandable and stuff. It's like all the different shades of British, pretty much, nowadays. With voice acting most of the time. Unionized to make money. Well, even that, yeah, they're just like literally like, you know, sort of overpaying. And when they could just like probably find some like local voice actors that would charge less. Consulting firm that manages a lot of voice. I mean, I can see that with some huge companies for sure, like big publishers and everything, right? Who have like huge budgets. They just kind of probably just go somewhere like, yo guys, we just need, you know, best of the best. But it's just like even like a smaller companies, they just still kind of go on the same one. It's just like I said, it is like this new newsletter for like the streamer newsletter, and you know, like since there's a lot of us, you know, washed up and everything, looking for jobs and stuff, they have like a huge like category with like job openings, you know, like gigs and stuff you can take and everything. And there's sometimes like the voice acting gigs and stuff, and you look into them, and it's just like, dude, like compared to what the UK Union, for example, suggests people to charge and stuff, like those prices are like nothing, man. See, Steve, I see. Yeah, I mean, nothing against, you know, that kind of accent. It's just like, I don't know, do the variety of accents, probably. Why not? Stop gatekeeping the rest of the world from making money. I mean, they can't really like force the companies to work them, unless it's maybe like the UK company also. Maybe then you only like, which is still kind of weird though, right? It could be, I guess. Maybe they have a requirement. Like if you UK company part of the union, you're only allowed to work with the unionized company also in UK. All right, sure. I can see that then. But yeah, there's like a bunch of publishers from other places. Why not just get like some other voice actors just for like the variety, man? That kind of like kills it a little sometimes. Like I remember like back home, for example, back when I was still kind of playing, you know, like the dubbed games and everything, not in English and stuff. Then it was like pretty much the same voice actors every time, and like it's everywhere. It's like, you know, you turn the game on, you hear that voice. You turn TV on, some like show or something, you hear that voice. The ads in the show, you hear that voice. It's like it's the same all over the place, and it's just like, bruh. Don't we have more? Don't we have more? I could understand, you know, when it's like Japanese voice actors or something, when there's like, you know, the insane, you know, education and dedication they go through. It's just kind of like the usual, like nothing super crazy feels like. Like Japanese ones I can understand at least, because, you know, you kind of like when you into that scene and stuff, like people literally just recognize those voice actors and stuff, not because they are overused, but because, you know, they good. And then you have some like the NFT dude and everything, right, who just like everywhere. So it's like, oh, this guy again. Yeah, nice. The voice of a good business. No, there are good voice actors for sure. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But yeah, could just like go a little more variety with them. You know, I'm pretty sure there's plenty of people. Pretty sure there's plenty of people probably, and with different accents willing to work with that. How's the voice acting actually, like the, for example, KCD and stuff? Like the English voice acting, there is it actually like, you know, solid? Or all the people from Bohemia also just like, you know, talking with British accents and stuff? Hey Gust Bunny, hello. How we doing? Good looking historical games and stuff, they're just kinda weird. Kills the immersion a little. That Wild Bastard's out. This one not super pumping, huh? What's wrong with this one? Now, what's wrong with this one then? I need some tweaks. Torn on this one. Someone who loved Weight Busters, this is a miss. Interesting. I like the Weight Busters, figured this would be a similar win, but there are a few issues. Let's see. The Weight Busters enjoyer is not really enjoying this that much. putting emphasis on avoiding combat while Boston puts it in front and center. I see. Join team of people who misses exploration and looting avoid bosses. There's less to do in this game. Not much exploring between each planet. I see. So it's kind of different, more combat focused stuff here. I see. No, I guess about it. Hey, I haven't heard about that, but I haven't. Was it good? Was it the dink one? The insane GeoGuessr esports. Caravan Sandwich. That one's going ham too. The demo was kinda alright, but yeah, just kinda like, at least in the demo it felt like a lot of yapping and stuff and not a lot of actually, you know, kinda like doing things. And when you're doing things, that didn't feel like that crazy poke, I guess. So kinda like, meh. Yes, you guessed about it, yeah. And the Super MLG player is there. Here is the Fathom. More super orders. Translated names, but mostly whatever, alright. Start name dropping chatters, From seeing them on the streets. Let's see what I say, Pet the kid there, insane. The dialogue in your faces will legit never occur. I mean, yeah, not false, not false. That happens, that happens. Writing organic dialogue is hard, yeah. The Pika Park 2, that one is bumping. I play with 2 8 players locally or online in this co-op action puzzle game. This would be bumping. Yeah, more insane chaos, yeah. The crossplay support even there, son. Sometimes crossplay. Playing with 2 players and a keyboard, then 1 keyboard also. The right control key may be required. This one's pumping there, alright. Nice, nice. This one wasn't popular upcoming too. I think there was like with Hollow Body, there was this stuff with them. Like they were like at almost 100,000 wishlists actually. And they were like, oh yeah, we were not in popular upcoming, we need to push a little more wishlists. I was like, the fuck dude, how many wishlists you already need then to get there? But Pika Park 2 was there though. It was even more. Because 100k is insane, dude. Now the repop is out. How's that one going? Heard they kinda like got a lot of flack for like kinda either no regional pricing, which I guess I can kinda see. Or fucked up regional pricing. So I think they actually gonna be reworking that or something, or changing that. Terrible port in desperate need of patches. Graphics settings non-existence. I bet you suck. Can't even set VSync. The volume control is not always applied to cutscenes. Plenty original music is just gone. But man, can only change the resolution and nothing else. Yeah, it's not even like that some crazy remaster there. Not really like the game actually that was like that. You know, crazy, let's put it that way. It's just like a meme stuff, pretty much. And for some people, I guess that already was kind of like, you know, a little bit iconic and everything. Yeah, it was pretty much sort of like a meme game. Like, I mean, it wasn't a bad game though. Like gameplay-wise and everything, it was quite nice. Plus, full of memes and stuff. And the Coomer baiting and stuff too. I mean, people still are happy though. That's the thing. They still kind of pumping. But yeah, the regional pricing is non-existent. And yeah, apparently like the settings and stuff too. So even like I guess but the quality of the remaster is not really up there. And mostly positive in the long run. I mean, could be. Could be. Yeah, Marvelous Capcom also 40. Holy. Now that's farming the nostalgia though. $40 for the collection. I mean, it's collection at least. The matchmaking barely functions. Yeah, for $40. I don't know, man. It's not like in general, for me personally. Yeah, I like it. Like, I played them before, for example, right? Like, would I pay like 40 just to kind of get a little renewed version and stuff that plays? I mean, kind of depends, I guess. But like, what would I probably like get for $40 remastered? Or like the alternative and like the local prices even. I don't know, there's not that much actually that I wouldn't. Like something that I would just get like for the stream, for example, and I really would want to play. Maybe, like that will give me an excuse to play it again or something, maybe. And still not so sure. And that will be something like, I don't know, like something like Fallout Classics, for example, will be remastered. If they will be just remastered, I would even hesitate, probably, because like for me at least personally, they still, I mean, with patches and stuff, they look fine, they play good, so why would I even? If it would be some sort of like remake, right? If they would be like reimagined Fallout, I would kind of want to see that disaster, though. That I kind of would want to see. Not sure for how much, though, but like, it's Fallout, so maybe. Hired Gun and Necromunda? I did like it. It was a nice shooter. It wasn't anything super crazy, Pog, yeah? But it was alright. It was nice. Could be a little more Warhammer, you know. But overall was okay, though. I did enjoy it. Making it run shouldn't cost 4060, yep. Like the Miyaga graphics Who cares? Making it run, well, unless the game was like completely, you know, like abandonware and stuff that you can't get, and if you can't download it somewhere, you need to apply like a bunch of patches and like it's still unstable, then maybe, but still like not for those prices. I feel, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Like, what would be like a good remaster that costs its price, its bread, you know, earns the bread. That's basically rewriting the whole thing from scratch. True, true. That's a remake. Well, I mean, if they don't change anything, just kind of like making it run and improving the settings, then I guess it's still kind of remaster. All the licensed content disappear and more bugs. Yeah, that happens too. That happens too. Like, which were like the really good examples. Like, there were some. There were some. I'm trying to remember. What did we play that was actually nice? Well, I mean, the Night Dive, for example, right? Does really good ones, like System Shock. That was good. And System Shock, I think, was way more reasonably priced, though. I think it was way more reasonably priced. Like, there is, for example... come on. Now, this one was it. And this one already got to like kind of okay price too, I guess, somewhat. Even though I think this one is not finished yet, though. I think this one is not finished yet. Zero, I see, huh? At this price range, I can get behind. This price range for something a remastered is fine. System Shock, for example, yep. Like, this is fine. This is okay, I'll take it. 15, be 20. Alright, sure. Sure. Had to completely remake those games, I say. And actually, we were patching it in April, huh? I already played the patch one then. Wasn't that long. It wasn't that long ago, I think. Already when I was here. Your game prices are weird and hard to gauge. True, true. Expectation, games get cheaper the older they get. The question is why. I mean, in a way, true. In a way, I agree. That's basically Nintendo's logic usually. Like, their shit is still the same price no matter what. I kind of do agree. But then there goes also, like, you know, it's kind of like this, like, the pressure of the mass, you know. Like, you have something that was out, like, 5-10 years ago, for example, and since then you have like a whole like thick layer of new stuff that was out after. And if you basically have the newer stuff that was out for the same price, then you would just kind of prioritize playing the newer stuff rather than just going back to something, you know, back there for the same price. And they wants to make extra money from those who would pay 50%. Yeah, and that too. And that too. Because like a lot of games like which one was that? It was Cruelty Squad actually, I think, even like where the dev like constantly, you know, like just like doing the sale for no reason because the cooldown already passed, just because they want to make more sales. That's it basically, you know. Straightforward there. Because like, you know, a lot of people already have it, and that just, yeah, that just basically like opens it up for different audiences with different budgets. And yeah, like the thing is, like the market is like giga saturated now. So like, will I want to buy like something that was out years ago for like the same AAA price as like something that is out like, you know, today or tomorrow even or something? Yeah, not so sure. Not sure if I would, eh? Yeah, product doesn't really get lose the value. Well, I mean, it kind of does when you can't run it anymore. That's simple, right? When you require like a bunch of patches and stuff to install it, everything. That's when it kind of does lose a bit of value, because you know you need to put more effort into making it work. So that is already again something that you will take in account when making the decision on buying it. Yeah, for me it's actually kind of like really simple nowadays to like to gauge the value. Like it's if I really want to play it, like really want to play it, right here and right now, maybe. Then you can consider getting like something for the full price. But that's really rarely happens. Publishers should stop selling shit that doesn't run on modern systems anymore. Well, yeah, if they will be keeping the games, you know, actualized, you know, if they're gonna keep every game running perfectly on modern PCs, right, with graphics also like being, you know, getting some uplifting and everything. Sure, charge full price, I guess. Why not? The quadruple A free-to-play game? Nah. Skull and Bones still not. That one still isn't. That one still isn't. Like at this point it's also kind of like, it's basically, you know, like you buy the version, that version in time just kind of like drops in prices for a while. And then at some point they just kind of, oh well, shit, there's a remaster now. An old one gets removed sometimes, quite often. And remaster gets like the price, you know, hike compared to how the original one was. That is kind of alright too, but yeah, so it all depends on the price in my opinion. Because like, right now there's like so much to play, like it's not even like decision on the price really, it's decision on, yeah, like what else you have. When you have like the massive backlog, when there is new stuff pumping all the time, then like no sales kind of make it harder. To be honest. Yeah, GOG really underappreciated? Yep, sadly it is. I mean, they're also kind of making, I think... I mean, not so sure, actually. But there is, I think, kind of lack of, like, transparency in a way, I guess, with some of the devs, how to, like, even add the games there and everything. Like, a lot of people have no idea, actually. Some people actually have no idea how to even add to GOG. He's done. No, I don't think so. Don't recognize that. But the classics on GOG are really good. Even though, like, yeah, some of the newer games and stuff, it's kind of hard to add there. Like, even like the Corpus Ethics, for example. Like, I remember when I saw on Twitter, like, there was someone asked, they're like, "Do you planning to add GOG?" And like, yeah, sure, I'm down. I just don't know how to. I need to figure that out. So that kind of makes it a little more complicated, I guess. And when it's like a little more complicated, you know, there is an issue also, like, is it really worth the hustle when the audience of GOG is pretty small? Now, big publishers don't want because of DRM, yeah, 100%, absolutely. That's why some of the games now getting added there way later when they already removed DRM anyway. Then they kind of like, well, sure, might as well just go to GOG too, you know. Now that we removed it, might as well release there too. But yeah, I do think it is actually quite underappreciated. Kinda is, eh? I don't know actually, like all these like patching and everything, like how is it done in GOG? Like is it actually, you know, the the dev, the owner of the franchise and stuff, who is patching everything? Is it like some sort of like community patches, like, you know, like the GOG itself patches the games or something? I don't know, actually. Because if it's GOG or like community, then maybe maybe like some of the publishers and stuff just don't want to have like some random people to mess, you know, with what's on the platform or something. I kind of doubt it's that simple though. That would be kind of weird if someone can just like modify your game stuff. And the billboard is retold. This one. Which one was that? 2018. Damn, son. This one maybe even her just don't remember even already. For $30. Insane. Oh, the venture casual. Is it like the point and click or something? Oh, the narrative one. Alright. Yeah, narrative is not usually kind of that much of my stuff. Kind of depends though. It depends. There been any Denuvo games on GOG? Nah. Well, I mean, no DRM. No DRM after all. They did add like some things that were like, you know, with some online requirement and stuff like this, and usually people like hold out about that. So I don't know if they had something like that. The bond I actually published into. Interesting, interesting. I think the GOG themselves doing the patching. No, I'm just thinking maybe GOG kind of requires publishers to do that, which again, maybe why publishers don't want to do that, you know, when they can just like keep their games, you know, for ages with no changes on Steam and whatever, without any more effort put into it. And then GOG, I guess, every once in a while will need to kind of make sure it actually runs for people, you know. Hard to say, man. Not so sure. And what was an upcoming there? The old classic on Steam only for it to crash and not work. I mean, that's kind of common. Like anything pretty much like old enough on Steam, most likely not gonna work. And most likely. In some cases, it might actually be kind of better purchase if you want to mod it yourself, though, because then you have like this like raw version that you mod on your own. If you just want something that works out of the box, then yeah, GOG usually is the better way. Check the reviews, people say it works, but it doesn't work. Yep, sometimes that happens too. Like, people alert, but not always. So for someone it might work, for someone it won't. Hard to say. Amenable. The musical roboto, similar to Rikai, interesting. And works for BTM, yeah. Got the Astrobot at home there. Spell Brigade. Online co-op for 1 to 4 players. Team up with the wizard friends and slay hordes of dark creatures. Son. Got some logic going. It seems kind of more like Vampire Survivors in a way. Just in co-op. Complete team-based objective. Unlock the objectives that unlock new upgrades, create overpowered spell synergies. I'm kind of curious. Like, I don't think Steam Survey does have that stuff. They probably should do it in Steam Survey, right? Like, anyone checked the Steam Survey recently? It's been a while. Like, I'm curious how many people actually, you know, like, play co-op over the single player. It's just, like, such a huge influx of, like, the co-op games that I'm, like, not understanding. Maybe there's something wrong with us, man. Maybe, like, most of the Steam already, like, you know, playing with friends and everything. It's just us. Some weird, you know, terminally online loners on the internet, you know, who want them single-player games and stuff. Maybe we are behind already on times, huh? A series, let's see. Ages since you had actual issues with the game? Well, what do we get encompassed in the actual issues? Get me some ice cream real quick. Yeah, ruin or prevent from playing the game like completely. Yeah, that is not very often. That is not very often. That is true. With older games, that does happen sometimes, though, I guess. You still manage to make it work, though, most of the time. Like, I don't remember when it was, like, you know, me trying to make something run and then just giving up. For, like, Boomerithon or something, for example. I think usually you still end up fixing it. That reminds me, I need to check. Is that huge mod for Tron 2.0 is ready? That game is on agenda for Boomerithon already for years, but every time I'm about to, I'm just checking that there's like, dude, the biggest, the most massive update for the mod is coming soon. Just wait. It's been like 3 years already. And it's still not out. I am still waiting. They're gonna get like actual remaster faster. Oh yeah, Boomerton is already kinda getting close, man. It's gonna be a bunch of Might and Magic. And here is a Might and Magic. In light of upcoming new game, we need it. Doing good in PHP, doing good. How about you, man? Alright. Zoom them. Completed and or suggestion list. It would actually be kind of nice. I need to do the completed list. I need to gather the stuff that I already finished. Suggestions, I mean, the feedback channel always open. But yeah, kind of like, I mean, can still post stuff. Maybe I'll see something and we'll be like, oh, that is nice. That happens sometimes. But yeah, most of the time I just kind of like, when the time is close, I'm just like sitting there and thinking, like, you know, what I'm feeling like playing right now. Because then it's usually ends up being the best experience. True, say true, huh? Well, at least the finished stuff I need for sure. Because suggestions like that's gonna be huge, man. Like, if we're gonna have all the suggestions, that will be like a massive, because there is already a lot of things that I would say fitting. A lot of things that I would say already fitting. I could put like stuff that I own on like GOG and like Steam and everything. That I could. So it's easier to kind of navigate that. Why what I have and what I already finished. That could be. Yeah, still the bank things they're going. Damn, still going. Insane. Good luck with that, good luck with that. The chat voted Boomerang will only end up with a couple 100 hours RPGs. Yeah, I wonder how that would end up. I wonder how that would go. Maybe if there will be some sort of like Mega Sabaton or something. Maybe. Maybe I will try something like that. Yes, the problem is like I really like, not a huge fan of like kind of forcing yourself to play, you know, what you didn't decide you want to play. That I feel kind of like ruins it a bit. Even though sometimes you can get into it, but sometimes if you are really not feeling it and stuff, and someone, you know, you just kind of need to, that might make kind of not good of an experience. If it's a fast game, at least that's fine. Like there were some like that. What was that one? That was quite recently. Yeah, the Silver Black Waters, for example. Like it was a short one. Like I wasn't really super into it, but it was a short one, so I was like, well, I mean, might as well just finish it already. So that one I went with. If it would be like a few dozens of hours, for example, and you're just not feeling it, that would be kinda not that fun. That would be not that fun. Starstruck Hands of Time. Storage Rhythm Adventure. Play guitar and abuse time travel. Damn, son. Control giant hand destroying a miniature town. What the fuck? Play as the two guitarist kids living in it. Extra fun option to plug in a Guitar Hero controller. Damn, son. That's some mega gaming there. And even with the guitar controller. The dinkness, dude. Could be quite something. Could be quite something. Fairy Tail Beach Volleyball Havoc. Damn, looks like a mega color as a whole, eh? Vibrant to the max there. The cast of Fairy Tail is ready to bring me. Wait, wasn't there like some other Fairy Tail game also not long ago? The farming the franchise. Some weeb shit. Similar to Golf. Damn, son. Yeah, one way to put it. One way to put it. Oh, yeah, Fairy Tail Dungeons there was also. Let's go ahead with that. Farm the franchise, eh? The auto sale life. Oh, is it the playway time? Damn, not the playway. Insane. The build automotive empire. Oh, boy, selling customized cars. More super simulation. And early access. Another one. With actual driving and stuff. The simulator meta is still going strong. Simulating going strong. It actually goes with like the copyright and stuff when you add like some actual brands in and everything. Auto the furniture store. Damn, son, yeah, I had that one before. mean, maybe they're making the furniture store simulator. You never know. They're just kind of branching out in other stuff. The train yard builder. Customize your railway to your heart's content. Different models of trains and wagons. Control them the way you want. Play the sun. See, like no actual display way though, I see. Classic. So this one is not even like for some sort of goal, just for the sake of it. Does seem like the trains carry something though, so. But that I guess doesn't really matter. Yeah, the simulation niche becoming a little crowded now for them, I guess, through. Gonna try to, you know, to step up the game, invest what was earned. Hands of Necromancy. 16th of September, actually, I see. The second one, played first one not long ago. A few months ago. The boomer shooting, man. Kinda heretic style. Was alright, I'll play the second one, we'll see. It's kinda like the release, yeah, 16th will already have like stuff to play. On Tuesday, then it's gonna be IRLing. Basically, kinda like the whole next week is kinda already set. Then I will be back like Tuesday after, pretty much, most likely. So it'll be kinda busy time. I see what I say, huh? You better. Good luck. Chains of Fury, huh? Damn, what's this? A volume 1 of high adrenaline, fast-paced boomer shooter. I have only one goal, spread the furious mayhem. Now, the more comic book style there. That looks alright. A fulcrum also. Nice. Nice, rev dice. Do it. God, I guess the minigun looks a bit too dank. Decalcifying everything at the same time. Ah, Goblin Camp, that one is out soon too. I played the demo of this one. The Finnish mythology stuff, yeah. Budge them goblinis, That's kinda alright demo. The demo was kinda alright. The settlement building was alrighty. Just kinda like not currently like feeling it too much, I guess, the settlement building. Like got quite a massive Manor Lord session there and stuff. It's not that Tropico though. That I would love to. That I would love to play. That I'm always down to play. Now let's get some hidden gems maybe. Any hidden gems? Hail and Tail Tavern. More simulations. Spectre Divide. Still mixed. And what people are complaining about outside of like insane microtransactions prices, I guess. Who actually cares about pay to win anymore, bro? Quote unquote. Damn, did they quote amend the legend there? Another sweat fest of an FPS game with slightly different graphics. Doesn't even have an anti-cheat. Oh damn, that does sound like a recipe for disaster there though. Even though anti-cheats nowadays don't really save them most of the time, but still. The mob's too big. Server quality lackluster, high ping in every round. Far too many corners in mob design. That's still impressive that it's pumping kinda. Still going somewhat strong. I mean, free to play though, I guess that kinda makes sense. Now more in the queue. Damn Quidditch in the queue. Have you played it, Steve? How's that going? Mostly positive, eh? I mean, that's at least not mixed. That is at least not mixed. Haven't played it, damn son. Where's time? Ah, I see, I see. The mobile game, I think so. Bad game, damn son. The reviews, Couldn't get into camera, felt off. I'll wait for 6v6 to come out. 5v5 was available in the playtest. Now we only have 3v3 and play in 2 different roles. No skill-based matchmaking, alright. Still the USA, huh? No, it takes good inspiration from Quidditch World Cup, actually. It requires Warner Brothers account. Ah, there we go. Always online connection. Well, I mean, even to access single player content, is there a lot of single player content though? I kinda assumed it was like mostly multiplayer stuff there. The luck of player-based matchmaking is insane. So that 5v5 was the best, but they stick it to 3v3. Seems kind of like the player base is not really super huge, so they decided to make the smaller matches to make it easier to matchmake, I guess. And that's also probably why there is no skill-based matchmaking. Not enough people to fill the lobbies then otherwise. Cost enough ring stone, eh? Suddenly mixed there, eh? What's wrong with that one? And just another supermassive game? Like Until Dawn, yeah, basically. Same concept, same studio. As soon as things start to get actually good game ends. A very slow dragging, I see. You think memes slow and dragging when the game is like 5-6 hours, seems like 5-7 hours, I guess. That doesn't sound like a good description there. Are you going full X4 there, Sacred? I see. Hell is they going ham there too, I see, in X4. It looks like. Four hours without anything happen? Holy shit. 47.4 hours, 100%. All paths completed. Damn, son. Super disappointing. Definitely worst purchase in the year, damn son. Haven't bought Concord there. Let's see how it is. Lucky you. Final Fantasy 16. That one is on 17th of September. And they could make it on 16th of September too. Actually, maybe time zone related though. And maybe time zone stuff. Actually, approximately in 2 days. So probably not exactly the time zone even. The demo's available. Sure is, sure is. I wonder, how will that go on PC? How will that go? Releasing games on Tuesday. And Thursdays. That's usually how it goes. That's usually how it goes. Nowadays also Monday quite often actually. Like I rarely see Wednesdays for example. And yeah, actually like the weekend is also kinda rare. Like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Kinda rare too. Getting Witchfire on 23rd. Ah, I got the release date on that one. Nice, nice. A Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. 11th of October. The Salpos game. At the classic. The Fantasy Mob Simulator. There it is. Even in the recommended ones. Now the one the Bugface linked before. Quite a lot of enjoyers. Quite a lot of enjoyers of casual mob making there. See window I say. Insane. Can put it on your screensaver and everything, your desktop even. Get yourself some mob action. Oh, that one I actually had in as a linku to check. Has some dang shit there. The Kong guy. Sci-fi adventure of exploration and resilience across the cosmos. Combined the state-of-the-art cybercraft Spicy loves, industry loves, and journey through the expansive universe. So this one is some dang stuff here. It's like the Star Citizen at home in a way. Yeah, even with the co-op and online PvP even. Early access actively being developed by a small independent team. Directly support the development. So this one already pumping there even. A race to release before Star Citizen, yeah. Well, early access already here though, yeah. Even on lowest settings, even on 1080, I can't get this game above 20 FPS. I see. Hopefully gets better, looks promising. Started missions bugged, doing delivery the package can deliver the package, yeah? No timer, no nothing. This game makes me want to refund Star Citizen, damn son. Pretty much unplayable on Linux at this time. Now, Linux version already even cooking, damn son. Alpha version, world is 99% empty. Procedurally generated from a city. It's like performance seems like completely atrocious though. The 1080 in minimal, I see. So this one basically kind of has a bit of everything there. Yeah, dang beams, yeah, that was a while ago. That was already quite some time. I think PPG attacked him or something. It's just that the post about it, someone decided to post about it on Fallout Reddit, and the mods just deleted it. And that was pretty much all the drama about it. Don't think he was getting attacked for it or something. It's just that he said that it's not about the capitalism, but about war. And I guess Redditors couldn't handle that. And then even Emil also said that that's actually true. And then after that, I already wasn't following that anymore, though. How did it end? Sisok, I see. You also the insane Dragon Ball enjoyer there, huh? Yeah, they caught a buttered cat, saw that one last time. That last week one. What happens if you get the toast on the cat? $5,000 paragraph comments in Discord, how they were wrong. Oh, you mean the... well, I mean, yeah, it's a complicated one because, yeah, what was the death of the author and stuff, right? Like the mortally autore or whatever. Where it's like, you know, when you made something, then it's not exactly about what you made, but about, you know, how people perceive it, though. Which, not false. That's not false. I just kind of feel like the that message in about the capitalism bad was pretty much just show enforced. Like if you don't watch the show, just play the games. Like that's not really there. That is not really there. And that's basically the show's doing. You control both. You control both. You control both here, from what I gathered. I think it was actually in even here somewhere. You just need to control both of them, and sometimes you need to get them merged or something. I guess already they kind of got washed down there, but yeah, I think you control both here. I think you need to control both, get both kind of together, merge them in the ways you need. Everything else is your personal headcanon, yeah, but you're allowed to have that headcanon though. That's it. But that's it. You are allowed to have that headcanon. Because some things, you know, sometimes headcanon is better, yeah. That's the thing, sometimes it is. Like I said, when you get like some sort of work of art and everything there, people gonna see, you know, different things there. People gonna see some different things there, that's normal. Oh, that is normal. Well, clearly stating how the original authors are wrong. Well, they just say stating that they see other things though, right? That's it. Probably, why not? Why not? Yeah, they're not saying it's like, oh no, it's not about the war. It's just saying like, yeah, it's about that too. About capitalism and stuff too. Which, as I said, like original games and stuff, they didn't really have that vibe. I think it's more already people who joined with the show. Even like the Bethesda's follows are not really getting that message across that much. The show is like very reinforcing it a lot. So especially if you are from, you know, the show bunch, then yeah, it kinda is. It kinda is about that. If you are from the show, I think like the main narrative is like, you know, yeah, it's kinda you made it, but now people consume it, you know. 76, they also went pretty hard with Voltec. I mean, I guess. 76... I mean, they in general kind of already putting the narrative about the corpus stuff of different kinds a lot in the recent Fallouts, but it's kind of like the fluff to make, you know, universe more fleshed out and stuff. So it's usually like some sort of like odds on the walls, right? It's usually some like notes in the terminals and stuff, right? Like the main thing of the game wasn't about it, but the show, yeah, show just kind of like put it there hard. Team Kane was talking about 1 and 2, yeah. Well, I mean, as I said, Emil also chimed in, and Emil also said that it's about the war, and Emil is kind of like, you know, the modern Fallouts, but not the show, though, I guess. Yeah, I think it's pretty... Well, I mean, it was basically that people asked him, and he was like, yeah, it's about, you know, the main thing, it was about war. Like, it wasn't intended to be, like, to have some message about capitalism, and then someone, like, put it on the Fallout Reddit. To be honest, like, the way they kind of, like, worded it, it was kind of like, you know, like, take it, you know, like, you know, gotcha, you know, moment. Like, see what he says, huh? Yeah, they just deleted it. That's it. So it's kind of like a little bit of a nothing burger there, really. A little bit of a nothing burger there. But yeah, just kind of, in my opinion, that is more just, you know, if someone is saying that that's kind of the main message of Fallout or something, then yeah, they probably just watch too much show and haven't played the game really whatsoever. How the quest in Bethesda game is? Nah, probably not really half. I wouldn't really say so. Like, even like the main, you know, protagonists and stuff, if anything, it was always more about, you know, like the government and stuff. Like Enclave, you know, that kind of stuff. The Institute is kind of its own thing. I don't think it's some sort of like corpo or anything they're really involved. The people invoke the death of the author. Well, the thing is, like, there is also like already like plenty of different authors, though. Let's go with this one now, right? Like original Fallouts, there was one subset of authors, right? Fallout 3, Fallout 4, different subset of authors. Fallout New Vegas, third subset of authors that was kind of like closer to original, but like I think Tim Kaine, for example, wasn't working on New Vegas. I think he joined Obsidian after that already. I might be wrong, but I think so. I do think so, huh? So it's kind of like, you know, like different authors. So who is the author there? Because everyone could have some different things, huh? Who is the author then, huh? Like the main thing was always like, even like if you take like the Brotherhood and everything, it's also not exactly anything about like the corpus stuff. The messaging is a little actually kind of if anything, it's more like the, you know, a little bit of like this like anti-government, anti-establishment, I guess, in a way. And kind of also like this, kind of like the mockery of like, you know, like the Cold War and stuff like that. So yeah, like, I mean, that of the author is kind of fine. You just shouldn't, you know, like go ham about it too much, in my opinion. Like, you see something that maybe wasn't there by the intent of the author, sure, fine. Just don't need to like claim that, you know, it's because you are smarter than author. An author didn't notice it in there. Piece of art, but you did. So you clearly are a genius and they aren't, or something, you know. That is weird, eh? That is weird, eh? And don't need to try to teach others with the, you know, what's in there. That I think also is a important thing. Like, you see something that wasn't really put in there, All right, that's up to you. Don't try to put it in other people's heads. Let them figure it themselves. If they're gonna join you or they're gonna join the author. Or they maybe see something else completely. Oh, it's a big dress last week. That one's going pretty well. Mr. House or a yes win? I mean, like some things it does have for sure. It does have some of that, partially. But as I said, like I feel like it's more kind of like this, like the anti-establishment sort of thing, anti-war, anti-government, you know, like I don't know, like oligarchy and everything. Like the corpus stuff was added already like way later though. Outer Worlds went ham on that for sure, absolutely. Like in that one, 100%. That one was very straightforward on the messaging. Well, absolutely, absolutely. But that's the thing. Like I feel like it went, you know, kind of comical way though. Like they went so over the top about it that it was kind of comical stuff. This one we also saw last week. The Crypt Custodian. That one is out for a while too. That one pumped out quite hard actually, holy. And the cat powers. That one's farming hard. Very dense and polished. They're actually pumping really hard. It works great on Steam Deck too. No, not a lot of them GMs there. Not a lot of GMs this week to note, I guess. Alright, let's get to them news though. Time for the tabs, let's go. Yeah, look at the crew too actually, holy. The crew is pumping there. Because they actually got the offline mode now. People decided to support for that price. That's good. A new world even, yeah. Well, they got the beta going now for the yeah, it's a Eternum open beta. It's like even separate, I guess, to the actual new world looks like. Well, yeah, I guess makes sense. Like people still playing like the regular new world, and this is just the beta of the new things there. Wait till they have to pay it for it? Well, I mean, I guess people still playing though, right? There are already people still playing, brother. There it is, Well, same as an open beta, really. So I assume like a lot of people actually went from one to another, most likely. See what do I say? The VR racing and the crew. Oh yeah, no idea. Not sure. Not sure about that. It's impressive that Wukong is still farming though, like holy shit. Still crazy, still crazy. Satisfactory also going up there. Space Marine for now still up there. Looks and vibes for the Star Wars settings. Yeah, I mean, there are some issues with the game too, though. There are issues there for sure. But, like, I haven't seen, you know, things that are like... Well, I mean, there were some bugs and stuff, right? There was, like, issues with the early version for sure. There are problems, 100%. There are problems, 100%. But, yeah, not sure if it's as bad as it kind of, like, seems, Even though I guess maybe like the part of the failure is that just the budgets were so huge. And they didn't get the bang for the buck, let's put it that way. Banana, yeah, it's like some sort of like clicker stuff. You basically just kind of like click some stuff or like even idle there or something and get some sort of like shit that you can like sell or something. I don't remember exactly like the concept, but yeah, it's weird. It's weird, man. Yeah, Satisfactory 1.0 is pumping indeed. Drill Core is actually doing alright too. Trending. Very nice. Okay, the Meme Mayhem is out, I guess. 14th of September. Oh, damn, the reviews on that. Holy. What happened with that? What happened with that? Play the demo of this shit. I mean, kinda like, just memes really, I guess. Mostly negative, holy. Got issues, too many potential builds, not enough of a way to get a specific build, Specific build to beat some specific bosses. Had a lot of fun demo playing it quite a bit. Wasn't perfect, but was addictive, Overtuned the boss, alright. Horrendous level design. Very little control over builds, Literally way too RNG, Not playable. Extremely log dependent. Holy shit, alright. So they actually managed to kind of like to fuck up with the game design to this extent. Tips on, alright. Too much RNG fiesta, okay. See, portable, let's see, And 19 also trend, yeah, Gunfire Reborn also going, because they got another DLC or something. RNG mechanics so popular nowadays, not a big fan. Depends on the game. Like that is basically kind of like Auto Battler, sort of like Idler, I guess, in a way. So you know, you just don't really have a lot of things to. Like in some games without RNG involved, you just kind of like not gonna have a lot of variety and stuff. Yeah, like with card games, for example, right? Like if you remove some of the things like the draw RNG and stuff like that, then you just kind of like gonna end up with the same, you know, like structure of the game. You just play the same stuff every single time. You're gonna have some sort of like, you know, deck counter to deck, and the counter most likely will be pretty much hard counter, because if there's no RNG involved, they're just gonna like outplay you all the time with the counter, for example. So yeah, it's just kind of like in some games you kind of do need it. It's just about the amounts of the RNG you need. Because Mew Mayhem, yeah, like when I played the demo, it was just like you can't really build the build because you have like so many different things going. like so many different like types of builds you can go for, and you just kind of get like to choose out of 3 options. So like you have pretty high chances that you're just not gonna have the option that fits for your specific build. So it just kind of like dilutes your build into a bunch of other stuff just because there's too much going on. See what I say. But yeah, there's a lot of roguelikes nowadays. Roguelikes are popular and stuff, right? And that's exactly where the RNG is kind of like important. Because to do all those new runs and everything, you do need to have that RNG. Sometimes, like with RNG, in my opinion, are like really bad at times. It's when you have like way too much of it and no control, or when it's like way too much of it in like PvP environment, like in card games, like Hearthstone, for example. At some point, I don't know, I haven't played in a while, a long while. Maybe at this point it's better. But yeah, some of the update after the updates I quit, it was just like impossible, dude. That was like way too much RNG. You could just like literally like throw the card that is pretty much, you know, just gonna be deciding the outcome of the fight basically, and it just kind of picks some completely wrong target for its procs, and you kind of from winning you basically end up losing just because like instead of attacking like enemy units or enemy face, it just goes like and kills a couple of your units or like finishes off your face with a few HP left or something. In that case, yeah, in that case RNG can be quite dank. Can be quite dank then. That's when I like the Runeterra, for example, more. Because you had a little more control, a little more control over things. The hot releases, popular releases. Oh, then there's the Coomer stuff there too. 947 24-hour peak for some Coomer stuff. There you go. The Coomer games, that's what they need to make done. That's where the success is. It becomes as great as the first version, let's say. Separable, true. The Nox expansion, I mean, it in general was kind of almost always nice, almost. But yeah, then some of the things, I don't even remember the names of some of the things. Like RNG was always there. Like there was like Mad Bomber all the time, right? Like there was all that stuff. Like that thing was always there. That thing was kind of always there. It just like later it became like a little more dank. Like the legendary that, for example, like cost like different spells based, I think, was an amount of spells you casted prior to playing that legendary, right? And you can just like get like, you know, your whole board, like you just drop that legendary. Like it's one thing when you're already way behind, right? You kind of rely on RNG just kind of as the last resort, for example, right? Maybe, and then you win. That's possible. That happened before. The worst one is when you are ahead and you use something that kind of, you know, you are ahead already. You're supposed to be finishing off the game, but when you use your actual, you know, like win condition, that win condition just demolishes you. And that stuff was really frustrating. The Nixie expansion. Yeah, Naxxramas was the first. No, they had, I think, different card packs before. I don't remember actually, but I think they did. Naxxramas was first adventure or whatever it was called, expedition or something, like the PvE content basically that they had. Those were cool. Those were cool. Yeah, Nixie is in the base game. Yeah, he was in some of the phase decks. At some point, I remember, even though it was like a really gimmicky one, super early. But yeah, there was like a lot of stuff like that going. A lot of stuff like that going. First golden legendaries. Man, I don't remember what I had. I remember one of the first legendaries. I don't remember golden or regular. One's Gruul, I think, for me. That I remember. One of the first, I think. Don't remember more. I don't remember more details though. But yeah, I had like pretty much like Everything I kind of had back then when I was playing. But I actually kind of like quit also, not even like because of the RNG that much, but because like just kind of like wanted to take a break, and then I just kind of like never returned with all those like missed dailies, missed weeklies, missed card packs because I wasn't playing. I was just whatever, fuck it. And I never really got like, I think I got like rank 4 or something maybe in Hearthstone back then. And when I was playing like Runeterra, I had like way more fun with that because I actually like got in the max rank. And I didn't even, like, almost barely notice. I noticed when I was, like, in Diamond already there. And then I already, like, kind of went for the progress, the growth, just to get to the Challenger or whatever it was. Was it still Challenger or is it already, like, Immortal or something? I don't remember what was the ranking. Past the Diamond, basically. And that I kind of barely even noticed. That was so fun. Like, Runeterra still was so good, dude. Kind of sad that they pretty much just abandoned it now at this point, I think. Well, I mean, because players mostly abandoned it, first of all. Sadly, I was kind of hoping it will stick around, and I maybe will return at some point. But that one felt nice. That one felt like you're kind of more in control of what's happening compared to after my Hearthstone experiences. Obviously, some levels of RNG kind of inevitable in the card game. But still, at least you had control. Especially with all those like multiple stages in the fight, right? Like when even like some RNG things happening, you usually could like counter. Like it's like your turn, enemy turn, and then there's like, you know, the answer turns where you could, for example, like they play the card that like starts like, yeah, like throw random damage across the board, right? And you still can like use like cancel or something, for example, and remove that ability or some shit. Hey Zekmark, hello. Group still stuck in Battlegrounds mines. I think like pretty much all the card streamers and stuff who were playing mostly card games, I think they're mostly all in Battlegrounds, yeah. That's where the viewers are, that's where all the streamers are, and that's why there's even more viewers, and that's why everyone is just like stuck there pretty much. I think like the card game streamers mostly get out of the mines only like when there's like some like tournaments or something with the prize pools. Then they go play some other games, and then they return again farming the Battlegrounds. At least that's how it was, like a few years ago. And I think it still probably is the same because I don't think there is any other like big card game on the market. I guess Marvel Snap is still kind of like a little bit alive on Twitch, I think, which I still need to try. Still didn't get there. But other than that, I think yeah, everything is kind of gone. Like Magic only, you know, surfaces when there's like some tournaments and everything. Otherwise, it's kind of like on the low. What else is there even out of like competitive card games? That's kind of it, I think, nowadays. Like Runeterra was like Riot was supporting that, but then after some time, I think they gave up on it. So now I guess only Marvel Snap and Hearthstone and some Magic once in a while. Switch to Battlegrounds, probably because it's just kind of like more fun, to be honest. No, not. I guess more fun maybe is not exactly the right way to say it. It's kind of like it's better content, basically. Like you kind of have less control over things. Enemies have less control over things, right? So like the stream sniping is less of a problem. RNG. Well, it's all about RNG, right? So when everything is RNG, nothing is RNG. So it also becomes less of a problem. Yeah, it's just kind of automatic content. You just, you know, you still need skill and stuff, of course, right? For decision making and everything, but you just kind of like semi-AFK there and game plays itself, so. Make an RTS similar to Stormgate, yeah. At the Stormgate, like, they need, Wait, the card game meta back then was kind of fun. It was nice to, like, branch out into some. The Runeterra I did really enjoy, though. Like, that was nice. Like, I pretty much kind of, like, stopped even because, yeah, I got the max rank, and then, you know, there was time until next season, and I was like, well, let's play some other games at this point, right? Not just, like, grinding the ladder and everything. And then at some point I returned, and I played the roguelike mode in Runeterra. And that one, I think, is actually alive. I mean, it's PvE, right? Solo. I mean, even competitive is alive. They, I think, just don't update it anymore. But the PvE was fun. Like, the roguelike mode in Runeterra was actually really nice. Considering it's free to play and stuff, too. You don't need any cards collection, nothing. Just, you know, download and play on phone and or PC, no problems. Kind of like Slay the Spire at home, you know. That one was fun. That one I actually returned and played a bunch. But competitive never really got back into it. Kind of every once in a while thinking, like, maybe it will be kind of cool to sort of, like, you know, go back to... Oh, wait, 1 second. That was the wrong one. I need different... It's like multiple Unreal Tournament soundtracks. And this one is like a mega odd infested. We need this one. This one is good. Yeah, I was kind of thinking about even like going like, you know, like some competitive Carden again. Back to it for a bit. It's kind of like try to like get into Marvel Snap, maybe try that if I like it or not. Maybe if I do kind of like try to climb ranks, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see when. No series, I see. Yeah, I mean that is a little bit of RNG there too. I don't know, like I guess you can kinda like get some sort of like stable results there though. Oh shit, into Dave. Welcome back to the dungeon. Thank you, sir. Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate it a lot. How we do, man? I guess it's kind of like in the way saying with like an arena and stuff, right? Like you do rely on RNG a lot, but if you kind of like decent with the game and play a lot of the arenas and stuff and know how things usually escalate, you could kind of like, you know, try to offset for the RNG a little. And the ESO's Tales of Tribute, damn son. Just woke up, damn it, do I see, the quality schedule, Scaling harder to balance than regular card game. If you get really lucky, you're gonna get fucked probably super hard, yeah. Or like if you get unlucky and someone else gets lucky in the lobby, probably getting hard really hard. I see the device say. Well, yeah, that's better than 6 PM, I guess. I see raises, alright. Yeah, arenas I kinda wasn't really huge on. I did play some. I did had some like full wins and stuff, but yeah, I wasn't really that good at arenas and didn't really like them. It wasn't exactly my jam. Alright, let's get to the news. Heaven 17 composer calls out a Rockstar over alleged lowball GTA 6 music offer. Martin Ware not pleased with proposed no royalties deal. Yeah, I kind of touched that one at the end of last week, I think. Wasn't it? Recently contacted by my publishers on behalf of Rockstar Games. The possibility of using Temptation on the new GTA 6. Naturally excited about the immense wealth that was about to head my way, I scrolled to the bottom of the email. The offer was $7,500 for a buyout of any future royalties from the game forever. To put this in context, the GTA 6 grossed, wait for it, well, GTA 5 I guess he meant there, $8.6 billion. But think of the exposure, go fuck yourself. Dude's bad. A bit more context, alright. If you want to use music that is written by someone like Kanye West, so you can easily spend between $100,000 and $200,000 on a single track. Sometimes labels are willing to lower rates if you choose a selection of tracks, or choose to feature music from an artist that might be up and coming. Games like FIFA or GTA are trendsetters for music. If you're an upcoming artist and you can get your music featured in games like this, it can launch your career. True. Hey, Onyx, hello. The poor Rockstar can't afford it, yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, we had it a little bit, like, at the end of the last stream, the last Sunday, I mean. But yeah, I kind of like, they could just basically, you know, like, get some, like, up and coming artists and basically be like, yo, guys, like, you get to be in our game, and there would be like a line of them standing, you know. But if you want some specific song already, like, I want this one. I don't want some up-and-coming guy. I want this one in particular. Then, well, yeah, prepare to fork out some monies, dude. Huh? Prepare to fork out some monies, huh? But I would assume they just kind of like have a lot of options who to get. So that's why they most likely lowball. And like, if they really would want to get something, they could offer like any amount. But also a lot of people probably would love to just have their songs in the game. So it is actually, yeah. They do actually be doing the exposure stuff there, probably, pretty much. The exposure stunt. Which again, if they would just like go like, yo guys, who wants their song in the game, send the applications and we will consider, but you need to, you know, give us all the rights for the song. I think there would be like a line of people who would be down. Exposure does not mean more sales or body down. In most cases it does not. I would say it kind of depends. I would say it kind of depends. Like in my opinion, yeah, being featured in games like this is huge though for you. I do think so. I do think so because a lot of soundtracks kind of get like, you know, quite an iconic status there and everything. A reason being paid in exposure is a giga meme. Yeah, I mean, in a way, like there is a difference. Like I would say, you know, like one thing is like when we get like the let's say picture or something, right? Like some like art, I don't know, like some graffiti you put on the wall, for example, and you just kind of like, yeah, dude, you're gonna be in GTA, you know, just draw us this stuff, send it to us, and yeah, you're gonna be in GTA. Like that, yeah, that most likely most of the people not even gonna see. Those who will see, they're not gonna bother to see who the artist is and stuff, right? Music is a bit different though. Song found about in a GTA that you later looked for online to listen to. The thing is, like with GTA, I'm kind of like with music in general. Like I'm not really super familiar with like artists and everything. Not super familiar with the artists. The main themes. So I'm not gonna remember like a bunch of songs for you, but like pretty much everything on any rock radio in any GTA game, like that stuff is still massive, like pretty much. Anything on rock radio. Electronic stuff. Electronic stuff might be a little kind of more weird, oh yeah, because like there is already like so many like remixes and everything that it's always kind of hard to find exactly the song. But no, I don't think it's exactly the 99% of people. No, I don't think so. It's kind of the same stuff as like some people just kind of find, you know, some music through streamers, which I did, for example, a lot actually. Like not like it was like maybe first time I found the song or the band, for example, but like Daft Punk back in the day after watching. Dude, who was that actually? Forgot the name. Was it actually fucking Saint Vicious or something I was watching back then in League of Legends? I think so. Let's listen to Daft Punk or something there. Fucking Reynard back in the Hearthstone days when I was watching him, he had like insane playlist, and like I have some of those songs still, and I think I even got some of those from like some of the streamers and everything. I got some of them like in my fucking car when I was driving in the playlist. Like back in the day, you know. Actually I had when we had discs and everything back then, you know, CDs and stuff. I built my own playlist there. What else was there? There was something else. There was a break in a fucking Dota tournament, I think. when I think Caravan Palace was playing. Like I listened to all their albums after that. Let's see some other, not, and also had them in my car. And then when I was driving with my dad asked me what this band is, and he got it in his car too on the playlist. And then all my friends also got them after driving with me and stuff. What else? What else was there? There was like one more example that was quite good, huh? Quite a good one. Yeah, like the Need for Speed stuff, for example. What else was there? Some like really good example. I had something and I just forgot about this. Company makes billions in GTA Online with mostly minimum effort. Not a single excuse. There is no excuse. No, I'm not saying like I'm not trying to say that like it's right. No, like yeah, they can pay, but that's how they kind of got those billions, man. So like if they have an opportunity, they're not gonna pay. I'm just saying that like they could approach it a bit differently to make it like less, you know. There still would be people molding, but it would be kind of like, you know, whatever. Just go like yeah guys, send us submissions. Who wants to be on the radio in GTA? And there's like, you know, like a shitload of stuff on them, and they just need to pick someone and be like, you know, oh yeah, and like you guys get to be on the radio, and you know, like the audience favorites, like this one, we're gonna gift you a fucking GTA themed, you know, fucking Xbox Series S. It's not gonna run GTA 6, but you're gonna have it, you know, like with GTA pictures on it. And like, you know, like our own favorite gonna get like, you know, 5,000, like not even 5,000. This guy gonna get free flights and a hotel on the GTA 6 premiere, and he's gonna be like, you know, on the red carpet with us. Nothing else, just that. And people would be fucking, you know, losing their shit and like, you know, and be happy completely. That's how they could do it. But as I said, like if you try to approach already someone specifically for some, I want this, not just throw me submissions, but this, then you pay, you know. Like when you ask for any options, then you can kind of pull this exposure stuff. If you want something specific, then yeah, you need to pay. They pay just a bit more, people would accept. Well, see, like Kanye West, right? Like that's the name we heard a lot, not always for good reasons. 100,000, 200,000, right? Who was that? Like Martin Ware, Heaven 17. I mean, I'm sorry, maybe I'm just like out of touch boomer and stuff, but who? So like if you get paid like 10 times less than Kanye West, like maybe not completely wrong. So it's like, you know, you don't judge how much someone should pay you by how rich they are. You judge how much they pay you by, you know, how much your shit is worth, right? So like if they think that his product is 10 times cheaper than Kanye's West product, maybe that's how it is. I don't know. I haven't heard this guy, to be honest. I actually haven't heard a single. Well, maybe I heard some on the background. I don't know the names and stuff of Kanye West songs. I can't judge those, you know, who's better, who's more expensive, but, you know, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, just in my opinion, the judgment that, you know, oh, these guys are rich, they can pay more. Like, you know, if you're rich, if you have your own insane, like, the landlord money and stuff, and you go to the grocery store and you're like, nah, dude, I'm not gonna pay, like, $2 for this bread. No, I can't afford it, man. I rent out apartments. Like, here, $10. Give me that bread. You don't do that, and no one expects you to do that. That's just dumb. This forever contract. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I mean, I don't know if this is a forever contract. Kanye song with forever rights. Yeah, I guess true. Unless it's written specifically for the game, though. Which, I mean, I don't know. Like, I guess someone like Kanye probably not gonna be doing that. Just kind of pointless for them. Just kind of pointless for them. Just kind of pointless. But yeah, all the rights forever. That does sound brutal. Even though, like, I'm pretty sure Rockstar will not like they should maybe pay more, you know, one-time fee. But I'm pretty sure they never really gonna pay any royalties. Like, they're gonna buy out rights 100%. Because first of all, live service, right? They're gonna pump the money from the GTA for ages, and they don't want to share that shit. And second of all, because yeah, the game gonna be around forever, so like, you know, if the license expire, they will need to remove the song, change the game, add something else. They don't want that, so they're gonna be going only for permanent licenses, and they ain't gonna be paying like hundreds of thousands for those, I'm pretty sure. And even some licensing problems, no idea. No idea. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they actually kind of do sell some of those. Like, it's maybe not, you know, that might be a permanent license that is not exclusive. You know, like you sell your song to the company and they can use it, like, forever. But that doesn't prevent you from also, you know, selling it to others and, you know, having it on the radio and stuff. Like, I bet how it works too, probably. Like, you can still watch, I guess, I don't know, like some of the old movies and stuff too, right, with the soundtracks and everything, or like play some of the old games, right, with the soundtracks, and songs are still there, no problems, but you also can hear them somewhere else, but also no problems. So it's all like, I guess, like the licensing nuances there that I'm not really super familiar with them. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that like GTA not gonna be providing royalties for anything possible, because like, if GTA 5 already farms for that long and for that much, I'm pretty sure 6 is gonna be, unless it's like fails somehow, I'm pretty sure they're gonna be milking that one like for the next few decades, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, we're gonna see that around for a while. Unless it falls flat. Could happen, you never know. You could think it's kind of too big to fail, but also at the same time, I think it all depends on the budgets and stuff. Still always possible to fail. But yeah, I do agree that like if they go for some specific product, that song, they should pay for it 100%. But again, I kind of do think like if you're paying for something, you pay for how much it's worth, not for, you know, how much you can afford, in my opinion. If you want it like, you know, here and now or something, you can always do some negotiations and everything. Try to upsell a little more. But I'm pretty sure they're gonna have like a line of people who just want their shit in GTA. I got this one though. Star Wars Outlaws creative director admits forced stealth sections are incredibly punishing. Says next patch will ease up on them. I was like, fucking question mark. I guess it's some like running joke they'll go in about it, that they decided to go there. Even like went like Image Created Paradox Interactive there. And got the running joke going there with Star Wars, I guess. And with some insane Star Wars screenshots there going. The next patch aims to tone down some of the action game's incredibly punishing insta-fail stealth sections, alongside adding tweaks for a narrative context. Yeah, I also kind of, when I was first, I was like, the fuck? What is wrong with that? Are they memeing there? Tweaks for narrative context at other points in the story. That's according to creative director Julian Girardi, who recently spoke to Games Radar about what players should expect in the next update, coming maybe in 10 days. I'm just getting a fail screen cause someone saw you, yeah. Those I feel like need like really generous checkpoints then. Like I think it's not a bad thing really, like if you do like the stealth mission, it should be stealthy, right? But like yeah, you should have way more save points. So you kind of like, instead of like redoing everything, you just kind of return to some other ones. That actually, speaking of like GTA, that was actually brutal back then, because like you could literally just like, you know, like accidentally like some pedestrian all of a sudden decided to like dodge something happening on the sidewalk, right, and just jumped on the road, and you accidentally hit them, got like, you know, police star because there was a police officer nearby, and all the mission goes to shit and you need to redo it. That is pain. That is pain quite often. Especially when the mission involves, like, you know, like driving around for a while, listening to yapping all the road that you can't really skip. Which later, I think they kind of added some ways to skip it, though. Unless you still need to drive there. Let's see what I see. Well, I mean, it depends on the narrative, though, thingy, right? Like, if it's some encounter, the random one, then yeah, it should be whatever. You can just, like, you know, you notice. Well, I guess we're blasting now. I guess in some narrative scenarios, you notice, fail, makes sense. But I do think that there should be like really good, generous save points then for that. So you don't need to redo everything. Because like in stealth missions, that quite often is brutal because you just kind of like need to turn, for example, and you can't look or check. Well, that's third person, so you can kind of check around the corner, right? But still, in some games, you just kind of like make a move, and that was like a guy just chilling there, and boom, done, caught. Probably thinking one of the early missions, which is incredibly punishing, and for me, this is a mistake, and this is something we are going to work on improving. Don't think it means removing the fail state completely, but I do think there are millions of low-hanging fruits where we can make it so much more enjoyable and understandable. In that knife edge random range between okay, I'm completely in stealth, oh shit, they're about to see me, and they saw me, but I can still do something about it as long as I don't raise the alarm. Can create chaos locally to be able to avoid that happening. So they might do something like that. Collect everything, get seen, reset the start of the mission. Yeah, like the reset is the worst part. Like, I'm okay sometimes, I guess, with forcing, you know, like stealth only or something without any like ways to kind of, you know, avoid that. But yeah, like if you need to redo everything all the time, that's just annoying. Especially when, you know, you kind of need to wait for some like loops of, you know, like the guards, you know, like routes to see it, to sync them properly and stuff, and you're just redoing it again and again. Like, dude. I want to mention tweaking certain elements of story context at other points in the game. If you tell me today that that's a blocker for people enjoying the game, then we are going to tweak the narrative context, right? We'll have an announcement on the PA saying, does pretend PA voice, well, stormtroopers have gone down to Shara and now we have the skeleton crew on site. Context will change just so that we can get people to enjoy those moments as much as possible. We'll see what they're gonna do with that. Because they are not doing that well, seemingly. Alright, that's the Conga there. Saw that one earlier already. Amazon tried to buy part of Valve in the days before Steam, according to former exec who says she's been erased from Valve's history. Damn son, that's some insane lore there. Women, especially in tech, often seem to disappear when the story gets told. Help and get the Half-Life studio off the ground. Then a lengthy post on Medium there, right? Nice rev, nice. Eventually pick you in autumn, 100% after the move. After I get like the IRL stuff out of the way, after I get on the grind with less like day off and everything, yeah, we're going back. We're going back for sure. For sure. Just kind of didn't really have like much time here. Well, didn't want to, I guess, contribute too much time to staying at the PC when the summer and the sea is nearby. But with the winter approaching, then with getting away from the sea and stuff, that's gonna be time. Frustrating to start over. I just kind of want to like do it. I don't know. I kind of need to like think through the concept, you know, how I'm gonna do it, because I kind of feel like I will need to most likely just like sort of like get into the learning with like some videos and everything like off stream, and so on stream I just gonna get already to some parts that are a little kind of more, you know, interactive, I guess, or something for people. Maybe I'm thinking still how to do, because seems like the full from scratch thing might be not as bomb for people as it kinda seems. And especially if you need to redo a bunch of like basics later down the line just because you were doing something on the pleb level, and then you know you just kind of like, well, no one told you that it's like completely wrong way to do it, man. I gotta redo everything. See what do I say? Well, I mean it's kind of it's not really a bad thing with just kind of like trying to, doing stuff and failing. That's fine, kinda, to some extent. Obviously wasted time, but you know, you still stream it, so it's not exactly wasted time. It's more about the fact that, yeah, when you kind of go from scratch. Like with Unity, that was actually kind of good, because we had a lot of people who knew Unity, right, and since C# and everything, we had kind of a lot of engagement and conversation going, so it was like actually like quite productive, I would say, working with Unity. But with Godot, that was like way more niche, you know. That was like way less people who understand anything with it, know anything with it, so you just kind of still end up just like having like Google open on the second screen, second PC, and just like going through all that stuff on the side anyway to make things work. Something learned is not wasted, indeed. Indeed. Yeah. Well, we'll see. I also will probably like get it back to like the mainstream, I guess, also, rather than YouTube. So gonna be more people around. Maybe we'll get some Godot enjoyers too. But yeah, with Unity, we did have like a lot of people actually working in Unity, and that was actually like very productive, I would say. And then we kind of got the basics down, and then already on YouTube I was doing some stuff, kind of still needed some googling for sure, but a lot of things I was kind of already like kind of all right with making, I guess. And with Godot, yeah, you need to get the proper foundations, because again, like started like experimenting doing something, then it turns out, well, yeah, should probably do it completely differently from scratch, you know. So that is not the best approach. We'll see. We'll see how to do it better. How to approach that better. But yeah, I plan to for sure. Like, I honestly like would just rather, you know, like just like play all the games and get more time into game dev. That would be like my jam. Just like sit full, you know, fucking nerd cave mode at the PC, not going anywhere and just doing that. And that in winter actually is kind of justified, so that's what I gonna do. Like all the IRL and everything, that is not exactly my jam, but it also kind of motivating me, you know, to actually go outside, touch grass and stuff, and you know, see the places I'm traveling to. So I'm kind of like still rolling with it, when the time is right. So the next week we're gonna roll with it, even though I would much rather just like sit home and play video games. You know, but gotta do, you know, two birds with one stone. And get some, you know, experience, some traveling for myself, and content for stream, and everyone's happy. But in winter it will be easy, at least, to kind of just like put more, because like I think we're gonna be done here with the. Well, I will be down here with IRLN, and when we move, I kind of would try probably just like to hop on the PC streams as fast as possible as soon as we move now. Because there's going to be a problem also with, like, I think I need to look into it more a bit, but yeah, in Uzbekistan you actually can't just go and buy SIM card and just plug the SIM card and, you know, use it. You actually need to, like, attach the SIM card to your phone, basically. Like they register basically your phone to the SIM card. So you pretty much, like, right now I can like go to my friend using his SIM card, right? Now I have two and can go stream. And there I will need to get like both SIM cards for myself, register them for my phone, and then I can't use them with the modem, I guess, too, or you need to kind of like do some different procedure to attach it to the modem. So it's like very big and complicated stuff. So I would rather already be done with the IRLing here, and in Uzbekistan return to IRLing like in spring probably. Like March, I guess. Like month or two before we move, or two I guess, yeah, before we move to the next country already. When it's a little kind of warmer after winter, but not too warm, because I mean it's fucking desert, man. It's gonna be like plus 40 in summer easily. So kinda in spring to return to IRL again. Just IRL a bunch around, and then boom, to the next country we go. So that's probably gonna be like the way I will try to approach it. Just have some sort of like moments every few months when I just gonna do a bunch of like IRL and traveling for IRL, and then just kind of like the rest just PC. That's gonna be the plan, kind of like I did here in a way, even though I did like some streams in like June, I guess, in the end of May, then a big summer break, and now we're kind of returning back to it. Gonna do kind of like that, but just want to do more PC though, dude. I just want to do all the games, playing in Devon, man. Harrington discusses how she and her husband poured their own money into Valve, and how she walked the complicated line of drawing upon her Microsoft experience to shape Valve's approach with Half-Life, without developing an actual conflict of interest. The line became impossible to walk. She resigned from Microsoft, becoming Chief Marketing Officer at Valve from 1996 to 2000. Intriguing memories aplenty, how Valve and Sierra fell out over the marketing of Half-Life after release, how concerns about CD burners led to the implementation of an authentication scheme which accidentally gave Valve a direct line to their first players. Harrington also treats us to a marketing eye picture of the industry during 90s, and then the balance of a clout between developers, publishers, press, pirates and players, and drawing comparisons with music and film. There are insights upon development of Half-Life, how it looked after its first triumphant E3, showing versus how it was shaping up internally, and to a lesser extent, Team Fortress. But I think the most interesting part is Harrington's account of a pitch she made shortly after Half-Life's release to set up a digital game store and community platform in partnership with Amazon. Had that gone all the way, industry history might have been very different. Here's the excerpt in full. The 9-page document I proposed that Valve and Amazon team up to create a new online entertainment platform, scaled the business opportunity within 4 years at $500 million. The gist of the idea was to create a made-for-the-medium platform that would bring users together in a sticky, compelling entertainment experience with digital and offline content sales. Wanted Amazon's financial backing as a way to gain a first-mover advantage against Microsoft and Electronic Arts. Then the major PC games players. Didn't see a role for Sierra. If pushed, we wouldn't create any new games ourselves, and instead would team with outside developers so that they could distribute content not subject to an 85% publishing fee. Damn, 85% publishing fee. Now that's quite the fee there. At the time I considered it an act of rebellion against a traditional publishing dynamic where independent developers took on huge risk and the big publishing houses reaped the rewards. 85%, that sounds like a fair one. Holy shit. Amazon offered to buy a minority stake in Valve a few weeks later, and can obviously see the bones of Steam in that proposal, though Harrington appears to have conceived of it mostly to get a valuation for Valve, to help her and her partner when they eventually sold their share of the business to Newell. Sadly, Harrington's motivation for writing the post is partly that she has been left out of Valve's history, including Valve's own 2023 Half-Life making-of documentary. Despite being so heavily involved with the company during its first few years, Harrington attributes this partly to her consciously stepping back to avoid interfering in her husband's partnership with Gabe Newell, and partly to a bro culture and sexist practices in the tech biz at large. Backed in the success Valve has become, I'm proud of what the team accomplished, also proud of the work I did while recognizing that my biggest contribution to Valve's business went largely unnoticed and unrecognized within the industry. Part of that was due to the bro culture of the software business, part of it was that I receded to support my husband in a partnership where he was effectively the lesser partner. And part of it was that women, especially in tech, often seem to disappear when the story gets told. Hugely disappointed when Valve released a video in 2023 about the creation of Half-Life, where one of the people interviewed, Karen Lore, a wonderfully talented texture artist, talked about the isolating experience of being a woman at Valve. It essentially said that the only other woman during her tenure there was an office manager. I understood why she felt as she did, but the senior Valve team knows better. Watching the video, I felt like my place in Valve's history had been completely erased. Well, I mean, if she was like exec or something, like the texture artist, maybe, you know, haven't even seen her really. Valve wouldn't have been successful without Mike, it wouldn't have been successful without Gabe, and it wouldn't have been successful without me. A friend of mine who knows the full story once said to me, "We're a founding partner." But in hindsight, I agree. From the beginning, I invested time, treasure, and industry expertise to make the company a huge success. So wait, she was an exec though, or something, right? So her husband was a co-founder. Yeah, she was just helping him. So like, I mean, probably texture artists, like, you know, haven't really seen her then. To be honest, if she wasn't actually working, you know, on the games there in the company. Alright, some of the dig building they're going. Roots devour. Extend your roots, imbibe fresh blood, embrace demise. A new god graced the inhabitants of the forest on that fateful day. Roots Devour is a management strategy game. A drink blood to sustain your existence and seize the dominion of a mysterious forest for greater power. So extend the roots, but is the... I guess it seems like this is actually how the gameplay looks though. I thought it was kind of like, you know, like some sort of upgrade tree or something, but no, that's actually how you go. The frogs, and the bloody frogs, Damn son. So no, that exactly works though. The lock card box bestowed by gods unveil the hidden secrets in the forest. And maximize your returns by tactically placing the organs. Strategically plan to use the use of each card to forge paths towards godhood. Okay, so you place that stuff there, alright. That is actually how the gameplay goes then, alright. Still alert potential threats. Counter various humans burdened with their secrets. Might be kinda nice. This might be kinda nice. No date, no demo yet. Alright, we'll see how this one will go. Some of the each stuff there too. Frontiers of the Mind. Study on the Maze Master's experiments. There's the horror stuff there. Between 1987 and 1994, British Channel Network 7 broadcasted the 112 episodes of the TV game show Maze Masters. Interactive adventure targeting younger audiences. Only some parts of the show were aired. Different sections of this CD-ROM explore the format and the backstage of the show. Idea is to shed a new light on the strange events which have been revealed afterwards. Load the disc by downloading one of the install file below. All the PC for now. Like the full stuff there. There are 4 gigs there and stuff. Oh, really frightening and cool, The insane H stuff. I wonder if it's like related to the actual thing, or they just kind of made their own sort of spin-off there, I guess. The day on the fine work. That seems like some interesting stuff. Did that work? It was TV show, yeah, not sure, huh? At the TV game show, that probably was one where you like need to call there or something. One of those, I assume. Had that stuff on TV. Maybe. Yeah, this now made into some sort of like horror game now. As a CD with recordings, Interactive fiction, educational. -1 publishing. No, each with some ding stuff. Each with some ding stuff. Bungie says Destiny 2's future lies in unusual formats, like roguelikes or survival shooters. They also promise sweeping changes to make rewards better and the UI more approachable. Destiny roguelikes and survival shooters time. Following major layoffs and project cancellations at Bungie, company since announced their plans for Destiny 2. Hughes. And that's gonna be the stuff. Codename Frontiers. Expansion codename Apollo, codename Behemoth. Summer 2025, winter 2025. Summer 25 a major update, fall major update, winter major update, spring major update. Rewards pass, exotic weapons ornament, legendary weapon and armor ornament is battle pass basically. Seasonal update, new reprised activities, new gear artifact mods, modifiers and challenges, sandbox meta, new events. Expansion, new stories, new locations, new missions, new weapons, new gear, new raids and dungeons. So they decided to go twice a year now. You're gonna get the expansions twice a year now. Yeah, releasing 2 medium-sized expansions every 6 months. They want to try new things that challenge your idea of what a Destiny experience can be. They're actively prototyping non-linear campaigns, exploration experiences similar to the Dreaming City or Metroidvanias, as well as roguelikes or survival shooters. Season changing too. Instead of 3 episodes, Bungie will release 4 major updates per year, 1 every 3 months. Each expansion will launch alongside a major update at the start of the season, and then a second major update will follow 3 months later to refresh the core game with new and reprised content. True, stay true. The only problem here is, again, is like, you know, the... Yeah, it's gonna be some mega content treadmill, basically. Like, how much will these expansions cost and stuff, right? How much you will need to grind all that stuff and everything. Like, I do kind of, in a way, even like the concept of, you know, like expansion, like a year, 2 years, maybe even like kind of like less often. So like World of Warcraft cadence, for example, right? When you have like expansion like 2 years, I think, of World of Warcraft, right? When you kind of like do the story, grind, do some like dungeons, raids, whatever, right? Do the content basically, and then like when you're done in a few months, you just like, for those who kind of like grind that stuff hard, they probably will still have decent amount of content to do for a while. For average player, they just kind of, you know, do it and done with it and just move on and do some other stuff, play other games, different MMOs and everything. Which with World of Warcraft actually even kind of like weird in a way, right? Because they do charge you subscriptions, so Like if World of Warcraft would be pulling that stuff, like we're gonna do more often, smaller expansions. That actually, for their payment model, that would be, you know, kinda smart move, I guess. That would be kinda smart move, eh? Monetarily, because, you know, people will be returning not once per 2 years, but let's say once a year, twice per year, like in case of Destiny, how they want to do it, right? So that's like people basically kind of like probably having subscription up way longer, because they also, if you're returning twice per year, right, there's probably like a good offer to get like a year of subscription, and you kind of like, well, I'm gonna return for like 2 months probably for the expansion, right? So like getting 2 months of subscription twice per year, probably better just to get like, you know, a big one. So that would be kind of smarter with World of Warcraft. But I do think it's kind of like, yeah, I'm not a huge fan. The yes, that also kind of big part. Like, you know, like the big expansion is kind of more hype. It just feels better. Like when it's like a little bit, you know, regularly, you just kind of don't really see the big change, the big, you know, thing. But that's kind of sad. That's kind of sad. It's nice with those big expansions when like things kind of change drastically. Even though it also brings some like side things, right? Like they usually try to bring some sort of like, you know, borrowed power, some weird mechanics and everything, right? They kind of make a lot of other older content, you know, irrelevant at that point. That I don't like. That I don't like. But big expansions, I kind of think they're kind of nice. They also are really nice for like the hype in terms of the content creators and stuff like that too, right? Like when it's every few months, it's just gonna kind of like reduce the hype levels, because like every few months people will get tired of it. Like there will be no breaks with it. It's a constant, you know, like treadmill, content. Everyone just done grinding the season and stuff. Boom, next season. That is not that good for the marketing and stuff too, I feel. How often are you supposed to sub? Yeah. Like I could see something like that for World of Warcraft at some point, just to keep people sub longer. Destiny fundamentally built as a treadmill. I mean, a lot of games are really, right? Like the power always goes up. That's for sure. It's just like when it's the treadmill that you can, you know, kind of like go for is like a quick, you know, sprint, and then you're done with it, and then you rest until like the next expansion. That's like one thing. When it's like the constantly expansions dropping with the kind of like the small ones, so you're not super excited about them, right? But it's also expansions, right? You kind of want to play that, so you just kind of end up playing a whole bunch of stuff, a whole bunch of time. Then you also play, and there's like battle pass going, and you started grinding it already at the beginning of expansion. Might as well finish it now, right? And then it's already like few months you basically playing just because of some small update. And then it's like already another one coming, and it's just like kind of, I don't know, it's easy to burn out that way, I feel. Like when they like spoon feed you content all the time, it's just kind of like less exciting and easier to burn out. When it's like, you know, like the big drop, then it's like it's more hype and you don't burn out that hard because you're just done with that content and you like take a break. Done. I do find that kind of better. But corpo-wise, yeah, that's probably a good decision. For World of Warcraft, that will be super good decision because, you know, subscription money. For Destiny, no subscription, but I guess also they're gonna charge some optimal calculated price for all those expansions. So yeah, they ended up probably they ended up probably getting more of your money, I'm pretty sure. I see, Steve, I see. True, yeah. I see, window, I see. Content locked every season, alright. Yeah, like nowadays I feel also like the audience in general for MMOs is kind of like, you know, probably not ready for such grind, in my opinion, because there's like so many games, there's so many MMOs, there's so many live services, there's so many single player games and stuff. You just kind of like just sitting there all the time playing that one all day every day is like it's hard, man. You need to be like really into it basically to do it, and not playing anything else. Especially if you like, you know, like also managing to live, you know, proper adult life with the like work, family and stuff like that, and you have like a few hours in the evening to play, and then you just kind of like dump all that time into like some MMO non-stop. That doesn't sound good. I mean, people who like it, fine, but like I, for example, would rather not. I would rather not. And grind for a month or two and be done for a year or two. Yeah, I like that way. I like it that way indeed. Like with 76, for example, I'm just returning, doing like one season, and piecing out. That's pretty much it. That's basically it. Well, the last time I jumped in, I guess I did 2 seasons even though like I did them in like 2 months basically, like 2 months, a little over 2 months, and both seasons were done. So I'm kind of like okay with that. I guess it still was 2 month sessions, so that wasn't too bad. But now I just like new update was out, I just don't want to go back again. Yeah, and I hope I kind of will get back in the mood when like the Google and stuff, the Googleification drops and everything. I hope I'll return for that and will feel like it, because yeah, right now I just kind of feel like I'd rather not touch it. Like I'd rather not touch it for some time, just rest. Diablo 4 support studio hit by layoffs, putting 139 people out of work, proving that Embrace's restructuring is not over. Shift in market conditions. There it is. How much content there is for a single run in Diablo? Not much, actually, yeah. I don't know, $20 may be kind of worth it. That would be probably just like a few evenings for you. It's an okay playthrough. Like, the campaign is alright. Cutscenes and stuff are like, you know, the cinematics are just super good and stuff. But yeah, totally not for the full price, though. Too many patches equally bad for a lot of people? Yeah, I think so. Nowadays, especially, like, for sure. It's like, the game should be like something that people like play a shitload then, if you dump so many patches. And that's like, not a lot of games can afford that, I feel. Like, keeping people, you know, around for that amount of time, that is not everyone can do. Support studio for Diablo 4 in Tiny Tina Wonderlands has suffered further layoffs, with over half the employees at the studio losing their jobs. 139 people. The studio had 200 plus workers prior to the job cuts. A post blames the shifting market conditions for the difficult decision. There it is, another one. Art director who survived the earlier layoffs, Nick Barone, posted sympathies early in the year for those hit. Last week, Barone was also laid off. Oh, there it is, man. This gonna be quite a time. This already is, and I don't think it's gonna be over anytime soon. And with Embracer and everything. Despite the CEO of Embracer telling investors that the task of shit canning almost 1 in 10 of his employees is over, it is plain to see that this is not the case. Yep. Imagine just like working in that environment. You're just kind of like sitting there, you just like said goodbye to a bunch of people, and then like, you know, like 8 months passes and you already out of the door. Like, will those people be, you know, working, you know, diligently, working good, the goal, you know, like oriented and stuff, performing well, being mentally well and everything, when they just like constantly afraid that they can get fucking kicked any moment? Like, dude, probably not. Probably not. Ubisoft are adding offline modes to the Crew 2 and the Crew Motorfest after getting savaged over junk in the Crew to ensure a long-term access to both titles. There it is. Yeah, the Crew 2 is already actually pumping. Yeah, there it is. 50,000 players almost. Holy. Well, it's also a big sale, but yeah. You know, like, they try to tell you something, man. They try to tell you something. Like when you see like these results on like the ancient, no, not ancient, but you know, old game and stuff after you did something good. And when you have some shit results in the game, you know, you need to learn how to read the audience, what they want to tell you. Mostly the big sale, I guess. Ubisoft starved of W's, yep. And it's kind of really hard to take any when people only expect you to have A's, you know. True, stay true, huh? It's a $1 game, yeah, but I mean, still, you know, like you need to, like, there's plenty of shit you can buy for $1, right? Like the fact itself that so many people, like 50k people is a lot, right? Like, and that's like a racing game and stuff. It's not like, you know, like GTA 5 for $1 or something, right? It's like randomly racing stuff. Not even the latest one, right? Like there's a third one now and stuff, like the second one. And people, like, you know, go out of their way just to get it and to go and play it and stuff. Like, we're not saying it's like some sort of activist, right? Just people like gathered and decided to do that to show Ubisoft some support over their decisions. It's still kind of, you know, like, it's actually natural, most likely. It's just like people seeing a good price, people seeing that the game got that offline up. Like, people just shit all over Ubisoft before because they killed the Crew 1, right? So like people wouldn't go and buy the Crew 2 knowing that it's gonna go offline and die in a moment. So they went and did it just because they know that it's gonna be, you know, alive now, offline. GTA is 60% driving game. I mean, yes, but like I don't think people care about that part that much. Like the driving stuff is still quite niche, I would say. Even if you look at all this, like the Need for Speed, you know, like Forza is probably like one of the biggest ones, and it's still, I don't think it's like that massive. Players need to get used to not owning games, yeah. But you get used with us not buying your games then. And the free W by stopping Division 2 updates to buy. Otherwise, killing Division would be a W though. Heroes 5 lagging for you, huh? Not sure why would it be. Yeah, like not even like from the driving perspective, just the fact that it's like, you know, like not like if it would be something like super pogue for $1 and people would start buying it, that's one thing. But yeah, I don't think Crew is kind of like in the super pogue department, I guess. Let's put it that way. A Ubisoft investor wants to dethrone Ubisoft's founders so Ubisoft can lay more developers off. There it is. Tencent and Guillemot are holding shareholders hostage. A minority Ubisoft investor written an open letter to Ubisoft's board outlining their deep dissatisfaction with the current performance and strategic direction of the company, and threatening a full-blown coup against the Guillemot brothers, Ubisoft's founders, and their backers at Chinese juggernaut Tencent. In the letter, Juraj Krupa, a Slovakian, I guess, hedge fund AJ Investments and Partners, cites the delaying of future installments of Rainbow Six Siege and The Division together with the lowered revenue outlook for Q2 2024 as cause for shareholder upset, noting that Ubisoft's share price has fallen by over 40% since last year. Accordingly, Krupa wants the board to take Ubisoft private or allow it to sell to strategic investor. who will get new air into Ubisoft's video games by, amongst other things, carrying out a bunch of layoffs. Get new air into Ubisoft video games by just firing fucking developers. Now that's an interesting, you know, twist. They're giving the board 60 days to reply. This is like exactly like literally the example of like, you know, why we can't have nice things nowadays. How does like, you know, like the corporate investors affect our video games? So this is exactly direct example. Like you don't need to guess or something. It's written in text there, dude. Huh? Ubisoft too big for the little success they have recently? Yeah. Ubisoft is. Profit's not crazy good. Fire more people. Yeah. Like the delaying of future installments of Rainbow Six Siege and The Division is a problem, you know. Like, why? Because they're thinking like The Division, like the Siege is alive already right now. Like, do you think the new Siege will actually, like, you know, do better? Much better? If anything, it's gonna be like the Overwatch 2 situation or like the Smite 2 situation. Same with Division, I feel too. Shareholders printing money out of nothing, yeah. Allow it to sell to strategic investor. Yeah, they probably just kind of like want to maybe like, you know, to try to like get it a little higher so they can so they can just peace out basically and sell off. Getting Division mobile game. Didn't they cancel that one actually? KG Investments are even now talking to other shareholders with a view to overthrowing the Guillemets. They're going to use the French minority law to collect enough shareholders to start a proxy fight and initiate sale process of Ubisoft to increase shareholder value for all shareholders. In particular, Krupa is calling for a long-term CEO Yves Guillemot to be given the boot. Heartland was cancelled, I say. The main reason why the valuation is so low compared to the peers, okay, like the five-head stuff, is that Ubisoft at current state is mismanaged and shareholders are hostages of Guillemot family members and Tencent who take advantage of them. How's Tencent taking advantage of them? Like, how is like Tencent investing into the Ubisoft is taking advantage of, you know, company just like failing financially? Management is focused on pleasing investors with beating quarterly results and not focusing on long-term strategy to provide exceptional experience for the gamers. Okay. So what's the advice then? Started the Ubisoft position a couple of weeks ago and are still adding to it. Boast their extensive knowledge about the gaming industry after being a long-term shareholder in Activision Blizzard. Ah, I see. Learn from the best, you know. We cannot understand decision-making process of current management that is focused on releasing multiple average games per year. Of course, man. Just like, why are you releasing average games? Just release good games and everything will be good. It's that simple, man. That are harming Ubisoft's reputation among gamers community instead of focusing to provide hit games within its exceptional franchise portfolio. I mean, bruh. Like, so, like, Eve, fuck off, man. And don't you understand? You have the exceptional franchises. You just need to make some hits, dude. Why are you making average stuff? Like, stop it, man. Enough. Why are you sabotaging your company, bro? It follows a breakdown of Ubisoft's handling of their games, which frankly reads like a frauding forum post full of gamer punditry. Alright, let's see. Division Heartland, which was very much expected game from the gamers, was cancelled. Did you guys expect the Heartland there? Skull and Bones release was not a success. I mean, true. Prince of Persia Lost Crown was okay, but not very impressive as nobody talks about the game anymore. Aha. Okay, I see where this guy is kind of like, you know, leaning in with the which is his favorite genre, I guess. Rainbow Siege is doing great. Nevertheless, franchises such Rayman, Splinter Cell, For Honor, Watch Dogs are sleeping for years, despite these games are loved by millions of players all around the world. This one he has a point. All right, sure. Latest release of Star Wars Outlaws is expected to bring good numbers, but recent reviews shows that game was not 100% ready to release, despite the fact that whole world was waiting for open world game under Star Wars franchise. A Metacritic rating was 76 and IGN has 7 out of 10 rating, which is quite good rating in our view. I mean, yeah, that's decent. Forgot to mention Beyond Good and Evil too. Describing 7 out of 10 as quite good rating is how wars get started. I mean, that's a good rating, man. Which is like IGN reviews and stuff, just kind of like broke shit. Like 7 out of 10 is good. Like I would say like 7, 8 is good. You know, like 9, 10, that's already like, oh bro, 10 out of 10, you know, like fucking masterpiece. 7, 8 is good. Like 5, 6 is like, you know, average, which is also like not always a bad thing, really, being average. If it's 10, someone is full of shit. 10 is kind of like objectively 10, I guess, is impossible. Like 10 is basically if you like it and stuff, then you can go like, all right, yeah, that's a 10, dude. Was Watch Dogs ever loved? Not really. I think Watch Dogs was kind of like always this like weird one. I don't know. Like they were making them, but like no one really wanted them, I feel like. Like first one people wanted, but they kind of, you know, ended up over-promising and under-delivering. And then like second one, actually no one waited, but it suddenly kind of was okay, so people did like it. And then the third one was kind of like, I don't know what happened with third one, actually. It kind of just fell flat there. Like For Honor is still alive, even. It's still alive, and it's still kind of actually decent amount of people playing, I think. And yeah, I don't know that you need, like, I don't know if For Honor is like the franchise that you need to bring back. Like Splinter Cell and Rayman, I agree though, for sure. Maybe something more with Rainbow Six, not the Siege, but in general. 2 didn't appeal to cult following. I thought 2 actually kind of did good though. Like it had some weird stuff going, like some like, I guess like, you know, this like the push to try to appeal to Zoomers or something. Well, back then maybe even like, you know, like a very, maybe not even to Zoomers, but you know, kind of like the border, the generation between, the transitional one. But I think the second one actually did okay. Like first one wasn't that crazy pogue in terms of results. The second one did okay. And then like third one was just like nowhere to be found. Yeah, I kind of can see that the dude is like really into, you know, yeah, no one talks about the game anymore. Like that's how single player games work, man. You know, it's out, people played it, no one talks about it anymore. Surprise, huh? Spicier assertions in the paragraph below. Alright, let's go. Tencent Guillemot Brothers holding company are essentially in cahoots to stop Ubisoft being acquired by private equity firms such as KKR and Blackstone, with Tencent buying shares in the Guillemot holding company in 2022 and Guillemot's then buying up more Ubisoft shares to prevent any future acquisition or takeovers that would make Ubisoft operation more effective and agile against its competitors. Okay. Tencent and Guillemot family keeping the share price low so that they can scoop up shares on the cheap and eventually take full control of Ubisoft. Well, he doesn't say that it's a deliberate part of this strategy. Krupa suggests that delaying games is beneficial for Tencent and Guillemot's on discount. Okay, that's a dink one, alright. Asserts that minority shareholders own roughly 70% of the company versus roughly 25% of the shares owned by Guillemot's and Tencent. And as such, based on our talks with other shareholders, we believe that we have enough voting power to challenge Guillemot's. So what would such takeover and change of leadership bring about? Well, what does any major company strategic readjustment seem to result in these days? You guessed it, more layoffs. Company needs to implement significant cost reductions. In staff optimization to improve operational efficiency, we also suggest that Ubisoft should consider selling certain studios that are not needed for development of main IPs in portfolio. Ubisoft has over 30 studios. It's obvious to every investor that this structure is too large for Ubisoft and its profitability going forward. Layoffs that Ubisoft made in recent years, which accounted for approximately a 10% cut of workforce, but that is simply not enough. I mean, like, they do have a point. Like, if they just gonna be focusing and farming Assassin's Creeds and stuff like that, they don't need that many studios. Like, that is not false. Want Ubisoft's current management gone, with Guillemot's continuing in the advisory capacity alongside a new, more efficient CEO. They also want Ubisoft to go private because Ubisoft as a public company is under ongoing scrutiny to report better and better quarterly results to please investors, which may harm strategy going forward. It is harming Ubisoft at this time when they need to think long-term to get new air into their exceptional franchises. That actually is true though. Like that I agree. That I do kind of agree. It's like, the dude is like really weird. It's like on one hand, it's like completely like some wild takes, but you know, like the general idea is kind of good. Like we need to get, you know, like something fresh in Ubisoft and remove the like pondering towards the corporate investors. But in the same time, it's kind of like more like, you know, like instead they should like ponder to us, you know, and focus on like live services and everything. Like, yeah, like really, really contradictory. It's like do this kind of, you know, like trying to like maneuver, you know, like we want the good stuff, but we also kind of want to, you know, so like it's not the 10 cent, and so it's us, you know, like making profits there. I'm going to be able to invest in them. I mean, probably just like privately, like not just buying shares and stocks, right? But like kind of through some investment companies, and they are investment companies. So that actually is kind of, you know, sounds about right. Yeah, also like we started our Ubisoft position a couple of weeks ago, and I'm still adding to it. So it's like literally dude just kind of like, not dude, but like the company, right? Like it's just like, they just bought a bunch of stock, and like a couple of weeks passes and they're already like going around, you know, telling them how to do business, which is also in my opinion fucking dumb. You know, like they run this company already for like years, eh? And I mean, yeah, sure, like we disagree with a lot of things, how they run the company, with a lot of decisions. But yeah, you just kind of like, who? With these amazing takes also, yeah, like people want new division and stuff. Or like, yeah, the Lost Crown is nobody's talking about the game anymore. Like, dude, the game was out like what already at this point? Like more than 2 months, I think, ago, right? Already way more even, like 3-4 months, like single player game, man. Like no one talks about those after months. Like Space Marine is still kind of like around a little bit, and because of like the drops and everything going, because of co-op, PvP and stuff like that. But other than that, anything single player. Wukong, I guess, is kind of pumping though, but that was also not months, you know, it's still weeks at this point. You just wait for months, it's also not gonna be there, really. I realize it's full of shit, tries to get good points and back full of shit. Sorta, yeah. Like, that's some good points, yeah, like they have like a lot of like good franchises that could, you know, bring them money. They can make games for that. They can sell some studios and franchises. That is also 5-head. Not 5-head, that's actually kind of like a good... Well, the thing is, like, they also kind of... They kind of do, in a way, though. Like, they got this, like, side Prince of Persia, right? The indie one. That one is doing... For indie levels, it's doing fine. But they got Heroes of Might and Magic now in the works, also by indie studio. That also I think is 5-head. That's really that is actually like that approach I did really like. I don't know how profitable it will be though. I'm not sure. I kind of doubt it because like it's indie studios. I mean they're not gonna be losing money on that whatsoever, but they're not gonna be earning, you know, like millions and millions over that, I bet. But still, yeah, I mean I guess scaling down the company actually does make sense. I know like the layoffs are bad and stuff, but like yeah, if you have like 30 fucking studios and all you do at this point is like outsourcing the franchises to indies and just making your own like Assassin's Creeds and everything, then yeah, maybe you don't need that many. Here is not even mentioned Daily Investor, yeah. Yeah, they didn't mention all of those indie ones, for example, whatsoever. But the problem is, like, I don't know, like, I don't think there is much difference with, like, you know, actually trading on the market and having, like, Tencent or just selling fully to some, like, private companies. Like, I don't think there is a really difference. Like, private companies also just want profits. They don't, like, yeah, like, at least, right? Tencent is kind of, like, the one that works with games across, you know, many studios, across many publishers, has their own gaming business and stuff, right? At least these guys kind of like in the industry somehow. And some like private equity that like who, like well, they don't care about games whatsoever. They don't know about games whatsoever. I guess let's put it that way. A gold adventure gold. Fuck is that? A gold makes God, embrace city building chaos, pet giant monsters, watch puny adventures, bend nature to your willed powerful spells, and greatest of all forces of nature, gold. Colony Sim reverse RPG. Oh, so like the kinda go in the black and white-ish there. Among case. Quite the names there, like for both this, the game and like the studio also, like can the man. Alright. So this was actually the yeah, the black and white stuff there. I think. Through the bay at least. Some dang trailers they got there. At least some dang trailers and stuff, looks like. But where the gameplay at, though? Okay, Giben, fix the player. It's borked again. That's kind of like the art mix there. It's like sprites actually even. It's like the 3D buildings and stuff, and characters are like sprites. No, it actually kind of looks alrighty. Like, need more gameplay though. I give quests. Ah, is it like the the majesty there? Loyalty lies with gold, and recruit them with promises of gold or glory, and give them quests, kill, defend, explore, and more. Yep, that sounds like majesty there. Recruit unique adventures. Gold-thirsty adventures come from all corners of the world. Humans, beastmen, mothman, undead, and more. Build the city around Monsterfield Dungeon. Create economy based on either farming or a monster slaying. Raise a pet god beast. There it is. The pet you found snacking on your supplies seems to be growing more than expected. Far more. Be wise to teach it what is right and wrong before it grows too big to care about your opinions. Raise it, teach it spells or tricks, pet it, brush it, and if necessary, discipline it. Might find that it becomes a trusted companion upon your journey. Watch citizens change the city. Your units have life of their own. Might form parties, fund their own buildings, give each other quests, watch your dark alleys closely. Fight monsters, Learn new skills and stuff, alright. Interesting, that might be kinda dink. That might be kinda dink. It looks like ambitions are quite high. The trailer quality is quite dink. Like, who's these guys? Who's these guys? 14 supported languages. Very dink, very dink. If it all goes as planned, that might be really dink there. Ruben Gloom. First person roguelike deck builder. Let's go. So you like the demo? This is a prototype, alright, early prototype, I see. Kinda the demo there. This might be alright. This might be alright. I should check the prototype maybe even, we'll see. Could be kinda cool. Space Noir roguelike Astronauts is aiming for 1.0 in 2025. With the help from Kid Fox's publisher. That one is pretty dinky. Oh, it's actually the same day as Neo Scavenger. Interesting, alright. Currently too fiddly and complicated for this, son. I'm not sure if it's gonna really like change though with release, Hardcore noir space sim. Scavenge shipwrecks in order to expand and customize your own ship. Every system on board your vessel can be interacted with via its own panel of buttons and displays. It's all but inevitable that you will die due to your own incompetence or carelessness. Those are quite nice. This genre is also like something you can like sink a shitload of time in. Oh yeah, the Kid Fox is the Dwarf Fortress and Caves of Cood publisher. Damn son. It's another niche publisher. Another niche publisher there. They know their niche, they know their games. Nightingale's Realms Rebuilt update arrives tomorrow, aims to revive the game with the handcrafted campaign, and that's what we saw, so that one actually kinda working for them so far, I guess. Reviews turning around a little and everything, and people picking it back up again, so that might be nice. They finally realize that, you know, procedural generation is not always good, Don't tell Todd, Steam Families is out of beta, letting you share games with up to 5 others, and there it is. Now they got this one going. Each person will have 1 or 2 roles, adult or child. Adults can manage parental controls, set hourly daily playtime limits, approve purchase requests, and control store access. All appear very proud of making it easier for parents to spend money, streamlining the time-consuming task of buying games for their kids. So yeah, there it is. You can play the same stuff together though, unless everyone owns it, so... But yeah, still can share the library, and that's pretty good, A game developer controls whether a game is eligible for sharing with Steam families. I wonder what's gonna be like the default one. The default setting for that. A Moon Watch, I will try that one. That's from the Backpack Heroes peeps. Well, some of the peeps who worked on Backpack Hero. We gonna check what are they cooking here too. There's a demo I think now already on each also. I might check it out soon. See, this like also sword, I guess, Vampire Survivors-ish, but with like the time stop and stuff, and well, the deck building. So we'll check how it is. demo's already somewhere on each. A Bramble Royale, a Meteor Full Story. Oh, it's the Crewman's Tale one. Play the Crewman's Tale. That was dink. Yeah, if you want to play the same time, you need multiple, yeah. If it's different time, like when you are not playing, someone in the family can play that. How does this even play there? I played the Meteor for Crewmate's Tale before. Was the more of a regular deck builder. And the card brawl. Someone gets banned in the game you bought, you also get banned. Moncase. Unless the game has remote play, then you can just remote play it. Ah, I see. A Nightmare Operator. Action horror shooter about hunting yokai in the haunted ruins of Tokyo. I think we saw this one before. It's part of the summer gas, I see. Skill-based mechanics and execution of fighting games. Some Yuga parries and stuff there. Ding stuff, we'll see. Microsoft was another 650 jobs onto the layoff fire in the name of sustainable future growth. No game cancellations or studio closures involved them. Yet. Another one. Past year goal been to minimize disruption while welcoming new teams and enabling them to do their best work. The Phil himself. As part of aligning our post-acquisition team structure and managing our business, we have made the decision to eliminate approximately 650 roles across Microsoft Gaming, mostly corporate and supporting functions. Well, none of the actual corporate one in terms of management got kicked though, so I'm not sure who was there corporate, you know. Who is considered corporate? It was the QA and stuff mostly. Be sustainable making games there, yeah. I mean, I can see, right? Like they like overhired and stuff, but dude, you also like a huge fucking like multi-billion company, man. Like you have franchises laying around and doing nothing. You can get something to do for all those people, yeah, no. You can increase, you know, the amount of franchises. You can work on all the franchises. You know, get the portfolio bigger and stuff. That is so much. There's so much to do with all those billions. Instead of laying people off. They still have fucking like Shadowrun, for example, laying in Microsoft. That was like the lost were amazing. Like the Shadowrun trilogy was good. And you have like what? Obsidian, Exile, Bethesda. Like you have like 3 massive, you know, RPG studios. Like give them fucking Shadowrun. They didn't fire devs? Phil said they didn't, but they did, I see. Well, I mean, it's QA and everything too, yeah. Like supporting function. Corporate and supporting function. HR and payroll, Don't need them when you close all the studios. I mean, true. That is true. Yep, Rusted Field, yeah. Well, even QA and stuff. Like, dude, we're having like more and more broken releases nowadays. Like, it's a disgrace at this point, I feel. Like, Space Marine was like, you know, amazing in comparison to whatever was before. For the most part of the year, like it's dog shit, man. Like performance and everything is trash, and you like firing even more like QA people and everything. It's like, yeah, not exactly devs, which I mean, I guess kinda is a good thing, but yeah, apparently devs too. And you still need, and you still need some of these people also. But yeah, I think it's kind of like also they got like Activision Blizzard, which is huge on its own, right? So now they have like all those, yeah, like multiple, you know, like departments of HR and stuff, you know, and all like they don't need like some of the corporate structure things in every department, right? They just need like one sort of global, let's say, right, department. So yeah, I can see optimizing that sort of like removing like, for example, Activision's own corporate departments and just connecting them into their own, you know, like pipeline in the Microsoft. Yeah, true. But like QA and stuff getting axed like all over, like all the layoffs, pretty much QA. First of all, QA is gone. Like and then you look at the games even before QA was gone, it was already really bad. How it's gonna be now? Unoptimized stuff until people accept it's the standard. Yeah, get the DLSS rolling everywhere, man. EVE Frontier is a survival game spin-off of EVE Online, and yep, it's full of blockchain bullshit. No thank you. Damn, son. Project Awakening, a sandbox which focuses on self-reliance, skill-based tactical gameplay, and third-party development. A bunch of blockchain cryptocurrency horseshit attached to it. Great. Damn. Going ham there. New type of survival game, attesting not just the individual survival of players, but the survival of civilization itself within a sandbox simulation. What sounds less inviting is the horrendous soup of crypto chatter that follows. There is mention of L2 blockchain, that sounds like hell indeed. ERC20 tokens and a programmable in-game building mechanic called Smart Assemblies, which seem to let players make little shops that sell in-game materials, presumably to fellow block chumps for various crypto doublons. Players will be able to turn their assets, ships, items, resources, their services, e.g. providing bodyguard services to a fellow player, maintaining third-party development environments, and their reputation as a renowned player. My members pay me to lead their clan. Damn, son. Into real-world value through the in-game economy and in-game currencies. Damn, son, went ham with that shit there. In other words, it's the grubby play-to-earn idea baked into the EVE universe. Salpas, cheers. A blockchain bullshittery is not featured in the trailer or even mentioned in the video's description. It's likely because those who indulge in unwise cryptocurrency speculation have to concede it is often internally boring and invites immediate derision and skepticism from all quarters. Save the crypto bro hardcore. Unlike vague images of spaceships flying coolly through space or to warbling music, does not make for exciting marketing material. Try to read this sentence. Also includes in the press release. Using Solidity, players can code functionality through smart contracts, on-chain code, and connect infrastructure to decentralized applications and programs through which you can modify how that infrastructure functions and behaves. Well, I mean, you know, considering EVE is already being played in Exile and everything, I wouldn't be surprised if there will be a lot of people who would be actually into it, because like the EVE economy and everything is already quite the you know, the whole field of research, basically. So I wouldn't really be surprised. But still weird. Still weird, though. It just still, like, it never ends well, you know, let's put it that way. Like, there was still kind of no decent example when, like, trying to make this, like, real world earning and everything into the game properly. It always ends up with some fiesta, like, every time. Every time. There will be like examples, like even like all those like pay to earn, pay to earn, play to earn. I guess pay to earn too in a way, since quite often you need to invest first, and then maybe you'll get something after. There are some examples when like people in like some like Southeast Asian countries and everything, for example, like grinding some of those like NFT games or play to earn stuff and making like some sort of like livable income for their countries and everything. Sure, but like that already like wasn't really exactly gaming much there. And it was in general kind of like a really weird process, I guess, of gaming, let's put it that way. So we'll see. We'll see. Not gonna be really super excited about that one, I guess. But we'll see what they can do with it. Unity is ditching their much-hated runtime fees effective immediately, a year after they infuriated basically every game developer, returning to subscription model. I thought they kind of like stopped with that anyway, though. Reverting to the seat-based subscription model. Yeah, didn't like after the pushback they kind of like decided not to change that stuff. Personal will remain free, and revenue cap after which a fee must be paid will double from 100,000 to 200,000. And the Unity 6 made with Unity splash screen will be optional. Assiste USA. Typically around 20 cents each time the game was installed. It means that if you released a game in Unity 5 years ago, you would suddenly start incurring costs every time player installed the game. Change was immediately controversial, alright. Immediately started walking back, excluding Unity Personal from the fees and allowing developers using older versions of Unity to remain on their existing terms. Oh, I see, that's why, alright. Changes did little to quell developers' concerns. I see you're retired, effective immediately, alright. Okay, so that basically it took them a while to actually fully walk back on that, alright. Convergence Game Showcase will feature announcements from indie publishers including Secret Mode, Thunderful, and Kepler. And they gonna get some of that stuff going. September 26th. A Diggs bonus, them. YouTubers and Twitch streamers, you saw Danny Diggs bonus and Wonderbots. Okay, cool. DSO wearing a vault suit there, yeah. September, alright, so 9 PM CST. We'll see, we'll see. The crossover episode there, yeah. Yeah, like three content creators as hosts. That might be kinda, yeah. Might be something. Fireshine Games, Yogscast Games, Mijou Games, Arcade Crew. Yogscast has some nice stuff. Fireshine has a decent amount of good stuff. Yeah, Kepler had like a lot of bangers, including the what was the name? The Pacific Drive. But yeah, might be something interesting. We'll see though, because yeah, kinda might be not crazy pog there. 26 is Thursday. I mean, we'll see. Just 9 PM is a little not pog, but baby. Annapurna Interactive's entire staff resigned following dispute with owner. Executives and around 24 staffers quit in the wake of failed negotiations. All 25 members of Annapurna Interactive team collectively resigned. This was one of the hardest decisions we have ever had to make, and we did not take this action lightly. Top priority is continuing to support our developer and publishing partners during this transition. We're committed to not only our existing slate of games, but also expanding our presence in the interactive spaces. We continue to look for opportunities to take a more integrated approach to linear and interactive storytelling across film and TV, gaming, and theater. Yeah, so the negotiations are taking place to spin off the video game division as an independent entity. After failing to reach an agreement, Ellison pulled out of negotiations, resulting in the resignation of Gary and other executives. Further resignations followed, with a reported 2,000 other staff leaving the company. So yeah, they wanted to go independent from Annapurna. But, well, I mean, they did in the end go independent. But I assume they kind of like now just need to start a new company and everything and try to start with that as a publisher from scratch, sorta. I mean, I guess that's possible with the experience and proficiency, but yeah, to suddenly start, you know, like fitting the bill for that many people, yeah, that's pretty big. Like executives plus 24 staffers, that's like, I don't know, like maybe like, yeah, 25 members basically. Executives and around 24 staffers, so that's like a lot of people. What will happen with Remedy? They are unaffected. I think I had that. Yeah, we are 100% okay. Okay, I think I had another article about it, but yeah, Control I think is completely fine with that. I think Remedy basically signed for some movie stuff, right? Yeah, they signed with the shit for the movies and everything, not for the games. A European consumer, a watchdog, wants you to be able to buy exactly as much in-game currency as you need, not fixed chunks. Damn, that's quite based. Plus 1,000 other recommendations against misleading microtransactions practices. Another one. Could have been a good step. I mean, movies? Oh, that is unaffected. That's a different company. So, like, the movie stuff is gonna be happening for sure. Consumers cannot see the real cost of digital items, leading to overspending. A lack of price transparency of premium in-game currencies and the need to buy extra currency in bundles pushes consumers to spend more. Companies claims that gamers prefer in-game premium currencies are wrong. Yeah, I do think so. Consumers are often denied their rights when using premium in-game currencies, tied to unfair terms favoring game developers. Children are even more vulnerable to these manipulative tactics. Data shows that children in Europe are spending on average €39 per month on in-game purchases. Children in Europe at 40 euro per month on in-game purchases? Damn, you guys are rolling there. Well, they are among the ones playing the most. They have limited financial literacy and are easily swayed by virtual currencies. Full 35-page write-up there, son. Consider banning the use of premium currencies in games and apps. Alright. Amend consumer law to introduce stricter transparency requirements. In particular, what an in-game currency is worth in real money should be shown clearly to consumers before each transaction made with the premium in-game or in-app currencies. That is true. That is true. That's like all this bullshit with like 10 different currencies so you can like, you know, disconnect the real price of the item. If in-game and in-app premium currencies aren't banned, the EU Commission should conduct a study to determine which means of displaying them is most efficient for consumers and especially kids. EU consumer law should be amended to oblige publishers to deactivate in-game payment mechanisms by default, rendering them opt-in. Alright, that sounds good, huh? People should receive notifications about and be asked to validate every in-game transaction. Should be required to set a password to stop unwanted transactions. Completely reasonable. Games should have their strictest privacy settings active by default so that people can play games without having their economic behavior be influenced algorithmically. True. European Commission should clarify by law that consumers have the same rights with regard to in-game transactions using in-game premium currencies as for purchases with real money. That should be the case for sure, because yeah, like you basically buy some monopoly money and then they say like, oh yeah, you're not not eligible for a refund because it's monopoly money, it's not real money anymore, so fuck off. Specifically, Commission should amend the annex of the unfair contract terms directive to state that discarding refund claims for in-game and in-app premium currencies is presumably unfair. People should be able to decide exactly how much premium in-game currency they want to buy. That's good. EU consumer law should mandate the separation of premium in-game currencies and the currencies earned in-game so that consumers fully understand how much they are spending in-game. Oh yeah, so like you don't not buying the same currency, I guess. True. I haven't seen a lot of that, I guess, but like maybe that's a problem too. Existing consumer laws should be more consistently enforced with regard to in-game purchases, and enforcement groups for different sectors such as data protection and financial services should collaborate more. Investigating authorities should use the vulnerable consumer benchmark to increase professional diligence established in the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive, because many of those exposed to in-game purchases are kids under the age of 16. That's good. I would sign under any of those actually. Real good stuff there. Spray Paint Simulator announced as Power Wash Simulator sees. Alliance of the Horde. There you go. Now we can do some spray painting too already. A roll of disembodied hand with a spray gun. So it's kind of the same but painting, I guess. Stress-free experience without time limits, complex game mechanics. Another one. Oh yeah, they have this now too. Will this one come in sooner?
Deep within the ancient Verduran forest of Golarion, in a treacherous swampland known as the Dragon Fen, there is a tale about the dragon tyrant Aeterapax, slain 1,000 years ago by a band of heroic warriors. But victory doesn't last forever, and enemies shall eventually rise again, calling forth new heroes to embark upon a perilous quest to save a town and defeat he who would once more call himself the Dragon Tyrant.
A Dragon's Demand. Yeah, that's gonna be on Kickstarter soon. Gonna be on Kickstarter soon. With some Pathfinder in there. Hey, Jordy. I see. Feels bad, man. Not the lottery, no. The tabletop starter, yeah, sorta, you could say so. Could say so. The Monomyth is gonna be out though. Just as we were talking about it like last week or something. Early access release date announcement. October 3rd, a Monomyth Early Access. Game will launch on Steam and GOG. Early access is kinda sad though, that is true. That is true, but well, there it is. We'll see. That's pretty soon. Box Day provides first details of an autumn refinement update with explaining its very raw early access. Let's see, improve combat responsiveness, rework enemy factions, give them more character on several crafting updates, including a recipe journal. Perhaps most importantly, introduce a rework of early PvE experience. It includes better access to enemy camps and better readability for enemy strength. Was the early access released early? Maybe, although as we stated, this is early access in the very real sense of the term. We needed to validate some of the assumptions we had before starting to introduce key features, and that was always going to take time. They still be going. And we'll see what this one will shape into. Could be kinda interesting, but yeah, for now it's still a Gigaro. Tarisland reaffirms a Steam launch coming in October. Kicks off event to drive a wish listing. There you go. I wonder if it's like the crossplay and stuff too, and some people playing on mobile. I don't know if they're still playing, but yeah, it's kind of like mobile MMO. And that one gonna be on Steam also. But yeah, I'm kind of like probably gonna pass on that one. A mobile, Steam and stuff, probably not. Okay, Destiny stuff we already saw with the medium-sized expansions now. Over 1 trillion ISK evaporated in aftermath of an EVE Online battle during the Labor Day weekend. Damn, EVE Online with some dinkness again. Fight took place in G3D ZT in the Detroit system over staging Fortizar structure. Shredder T24B described as starting off as a brawl before escalating when multiple dreadnoughts arrived into the fight, but ultimately ended in the structure being successfully reinforced. Great fight, a bit of time dilation, but fun was ahead objectively achieved. Over 1 trillion ISK in ship losses is quite a big figure. This is hardly the largest fight. 23 trillion ISKs there. People already like selling some of that stuff for the real money and everything too. I remember there were like calculations how much some of those fights actually burnt in real money, and that was quite impressive there, didn't it? Yeah, Wayfinder on the latest patch, October launch, mod support and critical role collab. Damn, the Wayfinder is pumping quite good there. The critical role collabs even. Well, I mean, the Airship Syndicate is also kinda, you know, quite big, yeah? Supporter pack coming the same day as the launch. 4 characters personas from the show, a mount, plushie trinkets, housing items, and gobs more. So October 21st for Steam and PlayStation. Nice, nice. That's nice. They kind of like managed to like switch from the live service Fiesta and still, you know, doing kind of alright, hopefully. That's good. No, damn, there you go. Genshin Impact joins forces with McDonald's in the new cross promotion. They did like the KFC collab in Russia. Now they get McDonald's in the US there. September 17th to 29th, McDonald's locations across the US will feature themed foods and exclusive limited edition packaging. Those who purchase select items through a McDonald's app will also receive some truly mouth-watering in-game Genshin Impact rewards. Damn, son. Wind Gliders, Wings of Delicacies, a special crispy and sweet name card. Yeah, I wonder how it's gonna be in the US with that. Yeah, oh yeah, the Dodo Pizza had one too, yep. We had one of the community people, I think, posting photos even. I don't remember, was it Dodo or was it KFC? I think it was KFC though. Dodo was later. Like they were, I think they went like 4 a.m. or something just to take like a, you know, place in the line, so they can get in before opening, just to get like some of the, like, I don't know, like some fucking plastic shit basically. There were like photos of the lines and stuff. It was insane, dude. People are crazy. People are crazy about that shit. And the Genshin players already found. Well, I mean, you know, that makes it even easier for them. Just gonna be a part of the daily routine. Except, you know, there's gonna be way more people now. It's popular in Russia. It's insanely popular, yeah. And they still do like all the IRL events and stuff there, disregarding the situation. And doing some dang collabs and everything. Same with Star Rail and stuff. I guess Endless Zone, I haven't heard about any events yet though, I guess. But yeah, Star Rail also had like some massive things. Actually, maybe that was a Star Rail collab before. With KFC or something. Maybe. That could be the case actually. Former Sony exec suggests breadless game devs eat cake. Ubisoft investor demands more layoffs. The industry is going great, y'all. Yeah, the Ubisoft stuff we already saw. That we already saw. Yeah, the Chris Deering's appearance on My Perfect Console podcast. Deering is the former president of Sony's European branch. And his comments are rightly being roasted across social media this week as they display an eye-popping view of the situation, developers, and industry landscape. Where was it? Where was it? Yeah, there it is. Laid off devs must figure out how to get through it and should just go drive an Uber or go off to find a cheap place to live and go to the beach for a year. There it is, man. There it is, dude. Done. You hear that? It's time. It's time to your for your to add to your lessons some Uber driving too. Looks like. Be a cheap place to live and go to the beach for a year. We can organize that at least, though. That I can organize. It might be not that cheap though, but still. I played the Starfield DLC. Nah, not really. Not really. They'll hook me up with that. Maybe I would consider. But the problem is I played on Game Pass. So I will need a Game Pass. And I would need to get the DLC for Game Pass. So I can get my saves, I guess, and continue. Because like I'm not looking forward to do like the full playthrough. Because like it's still too fresh. There is nothing really I kind of like, you know, want to redo. And it's still gonna be like quite the time sink to just get the DLC part probably, so not sure. A Ghostcrawler makes the case for slower leveling in his upcoming MMORPG Ghost. I think getting to level cap should be an accomplishment, not a blip. Not false. Someone asked me if it's a mistake to streamline the leveling experience and let players get to the endgame ASAP because that's what they love. My answer is yes. Quite based. That's quite based, I'd say. I think it's the leveling experience that we all fell in love with and invested in MMOs. I think getting to level cap should be an accomplishment, not a blip. Well, I kind of always like attributed that to this like difference between, you know, like the Eastern kind of like Korean MMO and the Western MMO approach. Because the Korean ones you grind. You did grind. And Western ones were less grindy. So I kind of thought that was the difference. And you know, some people who were kind of more into like the Western MMOs, they probably not really like that into this like, you know, the leveling experience that we all fell in love. I'm not so sure because like I'm not sure if a lot of people actually like experience the dank leveling experience. Let's put it that way, I guess. Like I do like Ragnarok for that, absolutely. That I don't mind. Populated mid-level areas after everyone is done leveling. I mean, true, yeah, you do need that's the problem again with like this like the new MMO structures, because like everything constantly every update there is like some new meta areas, new meta stuff. Everyone is like just going up, you know, to the new areas. Like everyone is hanging out at the very top, at the very new things, and all the old content just gets kind of like discontinued and not needed anymore. That's the problem with that approach for sure. Like even Ragnarok, it eventually also ended up in the same situation. That's when I kind of also like around the time I quit pretty much, because like everything was basically revolving around like a very few areas. That was like the most effective. Leveling, most effective. Farming, like everything basically was there. Money there, XP is there. Everyone's there. And while before it was kind of like, alright, you want XP? This place. You want money? This place. You want like rare drops, so like kind of also big money, but only if you kind of get lucky. Another place. Some can kind of had some overlaps and stuff, but it was always like, you know, always like a bunch of different options where you can go. And some of those, like for example, like that have some expensive drops, they were not necessarily some high level areas. That could be like some, you know, like lethal areas where there's like a bunch of noobs leveling, and then there's like, you know, like some max level just running there, you know, like trying to get like some rare card to drop or something. That was good part about it. The Dark Priests were just the Dark Priests were basically just the XP. And Dark Priests were just the XP part. But yeah, it kind of like meta already in the newer Ragnarok. Yeah, also like all the areas are super min-maxed basically. Part of the problem, ironically, also is that people like try to stick to the same areas because they did try to motivate group play by making more XP when you're in a full group, right? Which is cool. That's sounds like a good idea, but the fact is like it didn't really make people suddenly find friends and stuff, right? So it all was relying on those random groups. And like obviously it's easier to get the random groups, you know, going when you have like some specific areas where everyone is just hanging out on those level ranges, because you know you just kind of, all right, I'm at level like 90, you need to go, yeah, like Dark Priest, let's say. I think 90 is still kind of a bit early, but like Dark Priest, so because there are groups there, so you go there, you get invited, then you grind. Well, there's usually a couple of options. Like if you kind of like want to just like grind on your own, you don't have like some gear and stuff, and the class is not really fitting, you go Dark Priest. If you have gear or some specific classes and you're ready for some like more try-hard leveling, you went for the Magma Dungeon. So yeah, those were two options where the groups are going. So you know you go there and there will be someone recruiting for the group. So like there are options that maybe are also good for XP or something, but you go there and there's no one potentially. So it's just not optimal, so everyone is still hanging out in just a few areas. But I mean, I partially kind of do agree with this. Leveling is an easy way to put the carrot in front of someone, you know, like to motivate someone to play and to grind, just because you still have the XP flowing, levels gaining, you know, some progression happening. That's like the easiest way, but you need to make it like fun, because when it's not fun, that's not the best carrot, you know. Like in Ragnarok again, for example, like some of the early leveling is atrocious when you have like when barely like you use 2 skills and then you need to sit on your ass for like half an hour just to regen the mana, for example. It's just boring. Like all your gameplay is just like auto-attacking things and like chugging, like, well, not the potions, usually just eating some meat or something, but yeah, basically kind of like you just go through a bunch of consumables, or you just like have long downtimes when you're regenning, basically. Alrighty, guys, the money, alrighty, enjoy. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good one. A cozy co-op van life game Outbound that just funded on Kickstarter for almost 300,000. See, still kickstarting some games there too, huh? Still, breezing past its $33,000. So almost 300k. Yeah, it's basically just like co-op. Like the co-op in the trailer. That's it. Like, I wouldn't really even call it MMO, but I guess 2026 there. Yeah, we'll see. Throne and Liberty details its early access and full launch server strategy. Alright, what's this gonna be? Yes, I mean, it's just kind of like one of those like kind of cozy games, but you just co-op in that one, looks like. Yeah, just to hang out, basically. That's the goal, from what I gathered. You just kind of hanging out. That's it. I guess maybe unlocking some like cosmetics and stuff like that. Alright, pre-purchase early access on September 26th, a full free-to-play release on October 1st. 2 types of servers for early access and full release players respectively. Players who wait until October will be able to make a character on an early access server, provided population cap restrictions aren't in place, and they will be in place. That's gonna be another launch that will fuck things up again. Temporary restriction for early access characters to leap to launch servers, but players will be able to claim up to 2 free server transfers between September 26th and October 17th to make any wanted moves when Amazon deems the time to be right. So yeah, again, like having this early access in MMO, I'm gonna get the situation when people will not gonna be able to play together. Like you start on early release, people not gonna be, you know, able to join you when they roll in on free-to-play release, because your server most likely going to be overpopulated and locked. And you're only going to be able to transfer to their server way later when Amazon decides it's time. And remembering the previous games and how they handle it, it will probably take some time because something's going to be borked, something's going to be fucked. So yeah, that's going to be probably fun. I don't know if I'm going to be playing. Maybe just like if peeps will be down for just like the free-to-play release, maybe we'll just hop in, play for some time. Whatever. I don't think you're going to be buying it or something. Netflix games surpasses 210 million lifetime downloads. The GTA games alone account for 36.6 million. Well, I mean, that's not too bad. Storyteller 15 and a Perna, by the way, too. Assiste USA. Let's go. SpongeBob Get Cooking, Balloons, Too Hot to Handle, Football Manager Mobile, another GTA Asphalt, Stranger Things, Farming Simulator. Damn, they got that on mobile too. Assiste USA, available on PC now. Yeah, PS5 Pro launches November 7th for $700, or pretty much 800 even in case of Europe, I guess. And yeah, that we already, well, actually 800 euros, so like in dollars it's even more. Yeah, this we already kind of like talked about. That is a very, very big decision. You and my friend who is like super, you know, like console enjoyer and PlayStation enjoyer, even he is like, why? Not to mention you need to buy separate disk drive, and even the vertical stand you need to buy separately. So yeah, I'm not so sure. Not so sure why and who's the target audience. But what I'm sure is that people still gonna fucking eat it though. Just like people bought like all those portals that are completely like, you know, like nicheless and like useless, but like people still bought them and still buying them. Why? I don't know. FDA clears DeepWell SDK to be used in games for stress reduction. Tech could also be used to help reduce high blood pressure, although exact details on applications are unclear at this stage. We're gonna get some medical gaming there. SDK available to other firms who might want to use it, with the end goal to accelerate the commercialization of video games and other immersive media as FDA cleared digital therapeutics. Will be available without needing a prescription. Oh damn, alright, at least that's nice. Don't need to get the prescription to play video games, A biostimulation and interactive media that activates users' vagus nerve, while greatly increasing patient engagement, reducing sympathetic nervous system activation and releasing dopamine for coping, that improves resilience to reduce stress and hypertension. Damn, says like literally the copium system in the game. Insane. SDK can be implemented primarily in 3 ways, and took integration of a breathing mechanic as an example. One option is to have said breathing mechanic be incorporated directly as part of a title gameplay, with a spokesperson explaining, for example, in the sports games, players could hold a vocal hum to accurately fill a meter to get the perfect swing, or the player could enter a sharpshooter game where they must relax and control their breathing to eliminate camera movement and increase their accuracy. Second option is to have it be adjacent to the media firm set, explaining, for example, in Zelda game you could enter a special temple that enhances your player abilities for completing a breathing challenge. Damn son. Added to a platform of organized content. Distinct mental health tab on Netflix or the App Store shows specifically recommended games, apps, shows, movies for mental health, with a recommendation to try a game or media that has the breathing mechanic enabled. Insane. 20 out of 350,000 digital wellness products have been FDA cleared, and including just 5 for mental health and only 1 SDK. We'll see, we'll see. Technology could be used in future digital treatments for pain, PTSD, epilepsy, sleep disorders, immune disorders, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, and as critical connection point for brain-computer interfacing. In the seed. Absolutely nothing to do with the game they released on the Quest store, and which my colleagues also asked to have their names removed from. I still have high hopes and strong beliefs for the power of games and other digital media to benefit people, but could not see a path to getting it done in that company. Damn, son, something sus go in there. Automatic pause and deadlock Dota when the team fight gets too heated. Damn, son. The breathing, doing some exercises when during the break there. Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 hits 2 million players in 24 hours. Publisher Focus says it's so grateful to hit the milestone. That's a feels good, man. We need more good Warhammer games. We need more. I want more. Midnight Society affected by layoffs. Studio says multiple unexpected challenges in recent months led to the decision. Well, yeah, when you're like a main content creator who was basically carrying the whole game, suddenly gets cancelled, eh? And you cut ties with them. Yep. I'm surprised they didn't even like stop the development whatsoever. Laid off significant number of employees. Development will continue. But its upcoming title Dead Drop is set to launch in 2025. Yeah, they got that's the dogs game creators, and they removed the dogs. So like, you know, like what is now the point? What is now the point, man? I mean, that was kind of like a good move, you know, in the sense of integrity and stuff, but commercially that's probably gonna be like rip them, I have a feeling. GameStop Q2 sales down 45% as more stores due to close down. US retailer also filed an offering of up to 20 million shares. Dude, this is like the mega corp now, like for years already. Like I'm covering like all the news for like at this point already, like pretty much 5 years already, regularly. And it's pretty much every few months we just hear that the GameStop again, like, you know, falling and dropping. Like I don't think there was ever, I guess there was ever like a little bit of growth when the GameStop stonks got the meme stonk, right? Other than that, it was always like down and down and down. And they're still there. Closing some more stores and stuff, sure, but yeah, they're just like gonna release more shares and sell more, and boom, they still alive, they still kicking. This economy is insane, man. I'm impressed. I am impressed. Adico's 2024 India Gamer Market Report shows a 65.4% of gamers engage with esports. And social elements hold a significant sway over buying decisions. 75% of PC gamers self-reported that they spend more on PC games in Q1 than in the same period a year ago. 65 engaged with esports, play, viewing, competing themselves. 57.2 discover new titles via streamers and influencers. Damn, son. 57% of mobile gamers in India have played a Battle Royale title in the past 3 months. The BGMI and Free Fire leading the way. 6 in 10 mobile game spenders surveyed have purchased a Battle Pass or Season Pass. Female gamers who pay for premium games and products spend 8.5% more on game than their male peers. Nika says it expects rising disposable incomes along with increased high-end penetration of smartphones and mobile-first esports tournaments will result in increased engagement and consequently higher ARPU figures, with social elements and community endorsement holding significant sway when it comes to buying decisions. The streamers, man. That's how they discover the games. I respect that. I respect that. The Nexon establishes Dave the Diver developer Mint Rocket as a new, wholly owned subsidiary corporation. Nexon says that will expand Mint Rocket's brand and reputation for rapid development of games. Damn, that's a W. So they're gonna be... I'm gonna be the CEO. This is gonna be like a separate company, but they still gonna be part of Nexon, though, huh? Like, it's not like it's gonna like change like drastically, but I mean, I guess still kind of nice. I guess that's still kind of nice. The Borderlands movie only made $31 million at the global box office. Production budget was reportedly $115 million. Dude, how the fuck you failed that hard? Yeah, how bad it needs to be that people don't even like, you know, go just to like see, I guess, how it is, you know, just out of curiosity. Oh, it's Borderlands, it's the game I play. Let's see what they made. How bad it needs to be. Second chance for Shinji Mikami and Suda51's lesser-known collaboration. Speak to development legends about Shadows of the Damned Hell Remastered plus Zombie Rider, their third joint project that never got off the ground. About 7 or 8 years ago, we got an offer from someone to remaster Shadows of the Damned, and we thought that sounded cool. So we talked to EA about it, and they were like, yeah, sure, but it's got to be an Origin exclusive. Oof. And that put us off a bit at the time. If it could only be on Origin, that would defeat the purpose of bringing it out again so more people can play it. Then a couple of years ago, around the time we joined NetEase, the idea came up again, so we spoke to EA about it, and the Origin thing was no longer an issue. So since we are able to do it on all the platforms we wanted, it was the perfect timing. Been wanting to do it for years now, and maybe we can get people to actually know about it this time. Yeah, not sure how big that stuff is even. And get people to actually know about this game. There was still kind of like more of a meme stuff. It wasn't a bad game though. Like, only watched like my friend played. He pretty much like did Lollipop Chainsaw, that remastered now too, and Shadows of the Damned. Haven't heard about the original before. It was, I don't remember which platforms it was actually even. Like, friend played on Xbox. PlayStation and Xbox, yeah. So it wasn't even on PC or something. But yeah, it was a meme galore. It was like it was the Suda game basically. It was quite something. It was quite something. So they want to get some more stuff. Development troubles. I think we read like some of them about them talking about the history of Shadows of the Damned before. Scenario was born from actually a 6th draft of the scenario we'd originally come up with, and each of the drafts that had come before were completely different. So if we were to make one of those games, it wouldn't really be a remake of Shadows of the Damned. It would just be a completely different game all on its own. Probably going to be difficult to have a huge amount of people to find out about it this time, but now there are enough people out there who know about the weird ass stuff that Suda makes and like that kind of thing. So I feel the game at least has the chance to reach the people who would like to try it. True. I mean, that one wasn't like really like that crazy weird. It was a little kind of like dank, but it wasn't like, you know, full meme galore. I mean, either way, but like not fully. Not completely batshit insane stuff, at least, let's put it that way. Now they want to do something else there. Hard to say what sort of game we would make because one of us would have to come up with an idea and pitch it to the other so that we both think, yeah, that's cool, let's do that. If one of us comes up with a cool idea, I'd like to make that. Generally, if we're going to work together, it will be Mikami as producer and myself as director. I don't think it would work out the other way around. So the way that's more likely to happen is if I come up with an idea, write a scenario or project sheet and propose it to him. If he digs it, that's the new game we'd work on. Seems a bit like a wasted opportunity. Well, I mean, they're looking into the more stuff too, huh? Yeah, idea I came up with a long time ago, probably don't remember, was called Zombie Rider. I remember that, back when I was working in Platinum Games. Never got off the ground, because of the market around it. Ghost Rider, the Nicolas Cage movie, had just came out, and I thought it was a bit too close to that. People might think it was a ripoff. Another reason is there was a game that Hideki Kamiya was making at Platinum at the time, and looking at the scenario sheets to the show me, I felt it was a bit too close to that as well. Don't want to have something too close to what Kamiya was making, although I believe that it changed into something else. I also felt it was too close to Dead Rising. Maybe it just wasn't fucked up enough, Sudalovs. If it was a bit more fucked up, maybe Mikami would have been into it, but it just didn't have that level of what the hell is going on in this game. If Suda is able to make that, I'd like to see him try. Yeah, man, they need to make more dang stuff for sure. Now that they're all free and do stuff again, they should get some Giga dang stuff, man. Like that probably would like work really well now. Like a lot of their dang stuff actually kind of did okay back then. And nowadays, I feel like, you know, the audience is so huge and there's like so many people who are actually like there's a whole like, you know, layer pretty much of like the gamers that are now, you know, like playing stuff like Cruelty Squad, you know, those kind of things, and they love them. Like they are ready now. The industry is ready. Bring in the dank, man. Epic, EA, Roblox, and more face EU complaint over tricking players into spending. Well, that we kinda... that we already checked. That we already checked in detail. Those were really good propositions there. Drama Studios announces new 2.5 million CD series investment round. French studio hopes to strengthen the core development team for Unrecord. It's already out even. Well, early access, but still. Interest from world's biggest publishers, alright. And once Unrecord advances to a solid demo, studio will explore publishing and strategic partnership opportunities. Wait. Am I like mixing it up? Wasn't Unrecord, or is it... Wait. This was the different one. Which one was the body cam thingy? Okay, Unrecord is a different one. Oh, it was body cam actually. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I see. All right. Okay. These are like so similar that, yeah, like even the trailer, like, you know, it's like the previous one just continues right there, you know, pretty much like, oh yeah, we go in, like, boom. And yeah, well, a different room in the same building though. Like, come on, man. Yeah, so these guys are still farming though. All right. They're still not done. Still cooking that shit. Campfire raises $3.95 million for generative AI engine sprites. The shift to AI native games represents the biggest advancement since the move 3D. There it is, dude, and the whole AI engines now. Campfire is developing to showcase the tech cozy friends. Characters that will remember previous interactions, retain key info and topics, and display high level of EQ and that affects flow of conversation. There it is, man. The AI native games. Can get your cozy AI friends now. Suda51. Everyone cares too much about Metacritic scores. Meanwhile, Shinji Mikami says big budget titles are drowning out more unique games. I mean, kinda. Everybody pays too much attention to and cares too much about Metacritic scores. It gotten to the point where there's almost a set formula. If you want to get a high Metacritic score, this is how you make the game. Got a game that doesn't fit into that formula, that marketability scope, it loses points in Metacritic. The bigger companies might not want to deal with that kind of thing. That might not be the main reason, but that's certainly one reason why. Everyone cares too much about the numbers. Personally, I don't care too much about the Metacritic numbers. I'm not really conscious of them. What's important to us is putting the games out that we want to put out and having people playing the games we want them to be able to play. Suda admitted that he does occasionally check Metacritic scores, especially when his studio Grasshopper manufacturer has released a game. Sometimes media outlet has given us 0. That makes me feel shitty. Why go that far and give us 0? But apart from that, I try to avoid Metacritic. Mikami meanwhile believes that there are plenty of less conventional titles out there, but they get a less attention because of all the big budget games that are out there and all the power that's put into marketing for them. Kind of games that get the most marketing support are the ones that need to appeal to as broad an audience as possible. The more unique games don't really have that same marketability. I mean, true. That is true. I wouldn't say that AAA kind of drowns them out though, but yeah, it do be way harder to market something niche. Don't think I ever saw a 0. Yeah, don't think. Well, from users, I guess, but from media, I'm not sure. Flappy Bird returns after a decade as Fun Group acquires trademark. Title set to launch on web browsers by the end of October, iOS and Android in 2025. The Flappy Bird is back. The CBT is back on the menu, boys. There it is. Embracer confirms it's keeping Metro Dev 4A Games and Zen Studios following Saber sale. Option for Beacon Interactive to acquire studios cancelled. Embracer receives early payment for Saber assets. So yeah, Saber decided not to buy a Metro Devs. Not sure why. Like it no one said why they don't want to buy it, but I mean I can assume they probably don't really have enough money to buy everything. And most likely. Yes, they got payment 168.4 million for Sabers. Additional payment of 28.1 will be made in 2024 and 2025. So they still didn't even like pay fully for Sabers. Just buying the Metro Studio wouldn't really be, you know, cheap. But another thing is also that like 4A doesn't own the franchise. So like they could buy 4A games, but they wouldn't have franchise. And then like, do you really need studio with developers when you don't have their main product with them? So they probably would need to pay even more to get access to Metro or do something else. And if you do something else, why not do it themselves? Because Saber is fucking huge too. So kind of hard to say exactly why, but something along those lines, I guess. First, Ontario Game Dev Labor Union formed a joy drop. Majority of staff who voted reportedly fired. Alright. A former employee claims devs were laid off 2 working days after voting to unionize. Damn son, the power of unions, man. What a twist, man. 16 of 17 members voted in favor of unionization. A voting period concluded December 19th. They proceeded to terminate 14 of those who voted. The OST track? No, it's Oblivion. It's Oblivion. Just like some environmental stuff. Devs were laid off during a Zoom call January 8th, which was the day developers were to resume work following the holidays. You were reportedly notified the night before, with the meeting being described as New Year meeting. Yeah, Happy New Year, motherfucker. and that it would held online as the company was updating and resetting its new security policies. Terminated with management citing poor sales as the reason. Yeah, imagine you like making the union, joining the union to actually, you know, have the fair stuff going. But then all of a sudden, right after you did, you just get fired. Everyone who joined it, boom, boom, boom. I wonder how it's even possible since they already voted, but I guess they voted, but it wasn't formed yet or something. Like, so weird, man. Yeah, Control 2, a Wonder Stop, and Mixtape among projects unaffected by Annapurna collapse. So yeah, they fine. The firm would honor its existing contracts. So nothing gonna change. For these guys, at least. Or at least for these ones. Oh yeah, there we go. Days Gone's director slams Bend Studio for not protecting its legacy in Astrobot Ad. Dude, whenever I hear about Days Gone, it's always this guy being salty. That's the only time you hear about Days Gone nowadays. It's always this guy like molding, complaining, you know, every time. Like, dude, can you like chill already or something? Like, yeah, I understand that you're salty and everything, and they're not, you know, like making the continuation of the game you made. But like, relax already. Like, I don't know, it's just like who even gonna interact and like deal with you and like hire you at this point after this when you're so fucking salty all the time. Celebrate the launch of Astrobot, Bend Studio posted a picture of Deacon St. John, the main character from Days Gone, watching other Astrobot characters play on the beach. By way of response, that's fucking insane odds there all over the place. Get out. Can't even listen to a game soundtracks in peace nowadays already. I need to know which ones you need there. 1 second. Let's go with this one. Go with this. And yeah, dude is like quite something, man. Dude is quite something. Kinda sad that Deacon St. John has been reduced to promoting other games. Well done, Bend Studio. Way to protect your legacy. Like, he doesn't even work there. He departed Bend Studio. Like, he's like literally like already like not a part of all the fiesta. He just like sits there on Twitter and molding all day, every day. About, you know, about the Days Gone, I guess, you know, pretty much. He's not a part of it. Even if it happens, he's not gonna be a part of it, most likely. Double down in the comments. I see my character reduced to a cartoon shill promoting some small game and I'm being harsh. Sit down, my brother. Dulcet talking. Holy shit, dude. That's like some that is the Pepe Pains moment there. Holy. The dies of pain, dude. Cartoon shill promoting some small game. And that small game like probably like gonna sell more than your game, to be honest, you know. In a way shorter period of time. I also think, not to mention it already got the better reviews, you know. Yeah, after this guy is like, I don't know. Who would even deal with the guy like that? It's like literally just like terminally online molding on Twitter. In general, I feel like nowadays, like you see like the person, you know, like interacting in like the private way, not non-professional way on like social media, especially on Twitter a lot. That's kind of like a red flag instantly. Like you're gonna hire them, and then like few days after they just gonna post some fucking dumb shit, and you're gonna get in big trouble because of that. Like just avoid those people like fire, you know. There's already plenty. Like I think recently was what's the name? Payday, I think. Yeah, Payday got recently like the game designer, I think, like lead game designer or something, like the guy with like a pretty big role in the studio. I think like some people complain about some mechanics or changes, and dude would just like posted on Twitter or somehow answered someone, replied someone on Twitter, that he just gonna like send like full report to all the haters or something like that. Like, dude, they removed him later down the line, but they got the whole shitfest on their hands for that. A lot of shit over that. So, like, yeah, and it's constantly nowadays. Like, it's also, like, the problem with the, you know, like, in general, like, the terminally online people on Twitter also who live there in general. And how the mass media and, you know, like, the journalism works nowadays. Like, some like, random intern even, like, gonna say something. Like, it was with Concord, I think. Some random intern gonna say something on Twitter, and the media already gonna be like, oh, one of the developers of this game said this on Twitter, even though it was like some intern who's not working already anymore and was there like for a month or something, like basically like doing almost nothing. And you're already gonna get shit for that too. So yeah, that is a big red flag nowadays. The UK's gaming expo scene might suffer another loss as WSD London vanishes online. There was like some saucy stuff there going. A website disappeared. Attempt to access it, you met with the message that it has expired. Hosted by Rukan Events, and when you try to jump over the company's website, you met with a similar message of the site being expired. Furthermore, social profiles for WSD London have stood mostly silent for just over 8 weeks, which is uncharacteristic for the team. So, like, the in-person conventions slowly dying out, man. That's kind of sad, though. That's quite sad. XQC wants to fix the esports industry with betting and co-streaming. Oh, with betting? Well, yeah. The kick streamers talking there, did I see how it is. Watch parties, co-streaming, and through... Oh, yeah, there's even like the kick odds there, you know. Relevant, dude, relevant. Watch parties, co-streaming, and through a possible live betting with live viewing. Some of these things are at the core, some of the most social things that we as humans do. The biggest blocker that would loosen up the tight financial hold there is in esports. I could revolutionize if I was at the helm, damn son. But then I'm sure there's a bunch of stuff that I don't understand as an outsider. Well, I mean... Yeah, co-streaming. I mean, co-streaming is already happening. That's how Valorant actually got big, basically. That's how Valorant became a thing, even thanks to like letting like Shroud and others to co-stream all the championships. Otherwise, no one would really care about that stuff. But yeah, imagine betting, dude. I mean, betting though, like, yeah, a lot of teams is sponsored by all this, like, esports betting stuff and stuff. So, I mean, yeah, that probably will bring the money. At what cost? That's a different story. PS5 disk drive is selling out after PS5 Pro announcement. Oh, there was the continuation for this one, I think. Yeah. Scalpers attempting to resell PS5 disk drives, but sources says don't worry about availability. So it's already even the drives people are trying to scalp, dude. Already that kinda goes. Listed the drive for as much as $200, normally $80. Holy shit. There it goes again, man. There it goes again. PS5 Pro to sell 13 million units over 5 years, analyst predicts. I mean, as I said, like, they probably gonna sell it a bunch. Like, people buying fucking Portal, and Portal is pretty much, like, really dumb. But, like, why would you buy that instead of, like, Steam Deck or something that is actual console and not just, like, some, you know, cloud remote shit? So those people probably will grab those Pros. So they're still gonna sell a bunch. Sadly. Extremely challenging to hit 60 FPS. Digital Foundry talks GTA 6 on PS5 Pro. Damn, son. How do you know, eh? How do you know, GTA games always run complex simulations that push the CPU hard. That was kind of true. I remember like when I first got 5 on PC, and my friends too. We had pretty much like the same configs and stuff. We did need to do some shenanigans basically with like the core management, because yeah, it was like not GPU whatsoever. It was just CPU kind of bottlenecking stuff. Launched in their target platforms at 30 FPS or lower. PS5 Pro uses the same CPU as the PS5, and it would be extremely challenging to hit 60 FPS if the base PS5 version is targeting 30 FPS. This isn't a GPU problem, it's a CPU problem. Of course, all bets are off if Rockstar is targeting 60 FPS on standard PS5, but we've seen no evidence so far to suggest it. Yeah, you can't really even do anything about it. Like, maybe at this point they need already, like, to do some sort of, like, you know, like, reverse DLSS, so you can, like, offset CPU load on the GPU, you know? In some of the games, at least. Tony Hawk is talking to Activision about Tony Hawk Pro Skater Series. Something planned to celebrate anniversary. I wish I could tell you more, but I can tell you I've been talking to Activision again, which is insanely exciting. We're working on something. No option to turn it on, just forced. Yeah, that's the problem. Like I mean, that, not like I'm like, you know, some sort of like profit there, but I did call it instantly that like when it's just the convenience tool to make like things like run better on the bad hardware, they just make it the, you know, mandatory tool that will make things run in general. So instead of like allowing you to run it on weaker PCs, it's just gonna be that, you know, like it's just gonna be the mandatory things on any PC, and the weaker PC is still gonna, you know, get nothing. That's the problem, yeah, why optimize? That's why, like, you know, QA and everything, fire everyone, lay off everyone. Who needs that, dude, eh? Who needs optimizations and everything? Who needs to check for some bugs and stuff? Just slap DLSS on. Yeah, and blame the consumer then. Why do you have the 2 years old PC, man? Come on, dude. Haven't you seen the new GPUs and stuff? Go buy. Consume. Tales of the Shire delayed to early 2025 by VOD Workshop. Early 2025 now, eh? The cozy hobbit life. September 22, VOD Workshop hosting multi-platform showcase event. Dive a little deeper into gameplay loop and the world of Tales in the Shire. Looks ugly, yeah, it kinda does have like a dang card there for sure. Well, the cozy games audience maybe will be fine with that though. I don't know, could be. Those games are huge nowadays, like holy shit. Microsoft is banking on Call of Duty to increase Game Pass subscriptions, it's claimed. Well, in other words, water is wet, basically, so... I don't know who claims that, man. I mean, for sure. That was like the most obvious thing that I feel. A looks drained from colors, yeah. Former Immortals of Avium developers joined Den Hauser's absurd ventures. Son. 20 former Ascendant Studios employees will be working an unannounced story-driven action-adventure title. It's kind of interesting that, like, you know, they go from the game that is, like, very, you know, action shooter and stuff. They just go towards the studio that will be working on, like, the kind of narrative-heavy games. But I mean, that's good though. Like the Immortals of Avium was a decent game. It just didn't hit it really. But like I think tech-wise and stuff, it was alright. There was some performance issues though, I think too, right, on the release. But at least it was kind of like shooting-wise and everything, it was alright. So it wasn't bad. Fall World won't be going free to play after all. Performance issues and some weird writing, alright, and then they go to the narrative studio, I see. Team and Pocket Pair put those suggestions to bed, categorically stating that Palworld will not become a free-to-play or live service game. Alright. The corner building blocks in Palworld. You see, it's not live service, man, so calm down. Not that fast with updates, brother. Relax, relax. Twitch will start banning waiting room channels. Damn, son, there it is. Waiting room channels will be banned going forward under the regulations that rule them as impersonation. The team said the elements such as stream title and channel bio will be considered when moderating such streams, and that the ruling is mostly aimed at profiles reusing other creators' content. Will rebroadcast content of larger streamers to a smaller audience. Often poses waiting rooms. Dude, there's like... Who was that? I don't remember. There's apparently like in like the Siege or something, I think. That there's like... Jinxie was, right? The one from Siege? I think so, right? The new big streamer, basically, that was made in Siege. There's like some people said there was like 5 or something different, like the waiting rooms or something, and they basically were all the top of the category pretty much. Yeah, like today also I checked in the morning, there was I haven't seen I think any waiting rooms, but there was a 24/7 lyrics channel, and that had like 800 viewers or something. Like I opened and it's like I thought it's kind of like, you know, like people just hang out there like chatting or something maybe, right? But there's like just like people doing some like bot commands, like some phishing game or something there or something. They literally just like do some chat game. There is no like proper, you know, like communication or something going. So I don't even know like what is this, man. I can see like those waiting rooms kind of like for people, you know, just to kind of like chat offline, like kind of offline chat, but with something going on. But this is kind of like what? Yeah, lyrics is official. I do kind of feel that maybe all this is kind of connected, because there's like more and more apparently like channels that just kind of like run VODs 24/7 now. Like I think Carnage has the same stuff for a while already. They just basically have like secondary channels that like constantly run VODs when they're not live. Maybe when they're live too. I'm not sure actually how they like raid host or something. But yeah, 24/7 VOD channels that are official, so they probably kind of just want to remove, you know, all the unofficial ones, so they can just, you know, do their thing. I mean, I do support that kind of, because that is weird. Like all those waiting rooms are really, like, considering how Twitch doesn't have any discoverability, pretty much, and like, you know, you just basically like your chance of being discovered for the most of it is when, you know, like you in some category playing some game and stuff, when the big streamer that usually does that is not there. So people kind of like, you know, just like spread around the platform to watch something else, to find something else, but then they just go and sit in the waiting room or watch 24/7 VODs instead. 24/7 VOD nerdy channel coming. Yeah, I don't think people would care that much for that though. Oh, why not recover the host system? Yeah, that would be. But then again, like you host someone, that someone's not gonna share profit with you. And when you run 24/7 VODs, you can get, you know, affiliated partner. There were some subs already on the lyrics channel, I think too, and you can run ads there. They run automatically, so you know, 800 views. Like there was a guy who leaked his revenue not long ago, right, from ads purely. A guy was at 1,000 viewers though, average, like 900 something thousand, kind of close basically. Let's put it that way, right? Guy wasn't streaming 24/7, by the way, too. So take that into account also. I also opened that lyric stream like in the morning, so like not the peak time, I guess, right? So I would guess he also has like close to like 900 average, but guy was streaming I don't remember exactly how many hours. It was like 50 hours a week or something. Basically with no day offs, like 7 or something or more hours a day. Kind of a lot, right? But like 50 hours, let's say, 1,000 average viewers. Dude was making 20 or 20,000 in odds alone per month. Just in odds, no subs, nothing, just in odds. So like running this 24/7 VOD for like 1,000, you know, viewers, and just he was running odds like crazy though. It was like every 4 minutes was an odd or something, or every 5 minutes, I don't remember. Like it was a lot. It was a lot of odds too. So like you kinda make less odds, but you also live 24/7, not just like 50 hours, but like, you know, basically like how much is it? 160 something hours basically per week. That's way more. That's way more. And you get like the same like bonus, you know, like 15, 20k in ad revenue alone without like subs or anything required even. Just from having that. Not to mention it's also out there, you know, with this amount of views, it also like puts pretty high in like the Twitch, you know, category. So people find you through your VOD channel too. Some people who maybe don't watch your mainstream because, you know, you kind of like stream not in the perfect time zone for them, they sleep or something, and now they can watch your VOD there in the chat, right? Or they can find you, maybe they don't know about you. I don't know who doesn't know about Lyric, for example, right? But like maybe they don't know somehow, and they can find you that way because you're now on the different time zone too, sorta. So it is like all in all, overall, that's huge. I mean, it's not like a bad thing. It's fine. Like blame, you know, the game, not the player. So like, it's just because of the how Twitch works, in my opinion, and how the culture it built with viewing, that people rather just like sit in the same kind of channel. You can see like, was it like the Kai Sinet or something, right? Doing like the Elden Ring or something. Like dude was sleeping and there was like, I don't know, 15k or something. People just like, you know, sitting there in his sleeping stream. I mean, even like Triz is like, you know, Sabaton, when he sleeps, he has like more viewers than I do when I stream, you know. Like it's just like that's like the Twitch streaming culture that they created. Had to buy TV license to have 24/7 channel running, I see. I mean, in general, like have like this like think licensing stuff in Germany when it comes down to streaming, so I guess. But yeah, like on YouTube, for example, right? Like you finish watching video, you don't, you know, like just open the channel, right? And like post comments there non-stop, chat and comments with someone, right? You finish watching something, you just go to recommended, or you like go to search and type something else you want to listen to or watch whatever, or you just like go to the followers tab and see if something new posted and stuff, right? Like you kind of like, you don't just like sit there, you know. So yeah, it's just kind of like the different watching, I guess, traditions and stuff, the culture they established. The culture that was established. So your host would be nice, but you host someone. So like imagine like, for example, not having 24/7 VODs and hosting someone, they gotta get the revenue and stuff. And this way, you know, you get the revenue. And that's just how it is. I wouldn't be surprised if it's also like a multicast to like some YouTube and other stuff also, you know, so you can farm there. It's nice. It's nice, man. Literally just, you know, VODs, just your content being rebroadcasted. Not to mention like all those VODs and stuff probably also like made in the YouTube videos and everything already. It's just, it's good. When you already made it and stuff, it's just, you know, only way up from there. It's only way up from there. Alright, let's see. Let me check if there